those two periods. Then we're going to look at the Muslim period, which goes from the early 8th century to a period called the Reconquista, which is broadly defined as several centuries worth of Christian reconquest, hence the Reconquista, of the Iberian Peninsula from the Muslims. And it takes place over a series of centuries as they're slowly driven to the south. And then we're going to look at the Christian period. We're looking at the Jews primarily in northern Spain from the 13th century, when the Reconquista really gets moving, until the expulsion of 1492. That's our periodization for the semester. Okay. Oh my gosh, now we'll get to the real history here, the earliest settlement. Hey, when did these Jews get there? So, this entire class is almost completely based on the work of this scholar, Solomon Katz, a native of Buffalo, born in 1909, a war hero. He won the Bronze Star for his service in World War II. And he was, for most of his life, a scholar at the University of Washington. I read for this class, reread actually, a book he wrote in his early 20s, which was all about the Jews of Visigoth and Gaul. And I have to say, I nearly cried at some passages. That shows you how strange I am, that I would nearly cry. It was so good, so amazing. It was written, 80 years ago, and it was so brilliant. And it showed me what we call in Hebrew, Yerida Hadoros, the decline of the generations. Because he wrote this thing in his 20s, back in the 1930s, and it was no problem to write a scholarly monograph and just, quote passages in French, German, Greek, Latin, whatever, and not translate them. Because you figured everybody who's reading these knows these languages. You can't get away with that anymore. Scholars must translate into a major language like English or something like that. So it was really a pleasure to read a work of great scholarship from an era when this kind of polyglot scholarship, and he's American born too, but this polyglot scholarship was valued. Anyway, it was a brilliant book, and almost all the research that I'm going to talk about today comes from that book. First of all, when did the Jews come to Spain? So we have a series of fascinating legendary origins, meaning that Spanish Jews like to say these things, but we have no real good historical basis to validate them. Here's one. It comes from the book of Obadiah, the biblical book of Obadiah, where there is this passage here that refers to Ad Sarfat, which normally would translate as until France, the Galut Yerushalayim, and the exiles of Jerusalem, meaning those Jews who were exiled from Jerusalem, Asher B'Sfarad, who are in Sfarad. Like, wow, that's it. It's all over, right? There's a reference right there in the Bible about the Jews being exiled from Jerusalem. You can place this because we know the author of the book of Obadiah. We're talking about the first temple. We're talking about 6th century BCE, being exiled from Jerusalem to Spain. My gosh, that is an amazingly early source. What's the problem with this source? Very good. Who says that Sfarad refers to Spain, right? That's the word we use now for Spain, but who says that's what the biblical book of Obadiah refers to? There are lots of words that can change meaning over time, and as Jews began to explore Europe, they applied words, place names from the Bible to various places for who knows what reason. There's no reason to say specifically that the Sfarad referred to here refers to the land we call Spain. So we know that the Jews, from Obadiah, we do know that the Jews who were exiled from Jerusalem went to a place called Sfarad, but that could be, I don't know, the island of Cyprus. It could be Boca Raton. We don't know. It just says Sfarad. So the problem is etymological. Who says that Sfarad refers to Spain? Hang on a second. I'm going to show you one more example. Here's an example from the Talmud, the same kind of problem. This is Tractate Yevamot. It's a little better. It says here, Afilu Spinot, even boats about Megalia that come from a place called Galia Le Aspamia, to a place called Aspamia. So Aspamia sounds even better because there is a place name that sounds much better called Hispania, which would be Spain. And we'd like to say that Hispania is Spain. But as Dr. Katz demonstrates with absolute clarity in his book, he can find about 8 different place names that are very similar and actually are more logical, closer, more closely related geographically. So there's no real way to tie either of these kinds of places to Spain. They may be etymologically related, but not necessarily historically. Please. So we don't have good connections. But here's one fun one, by the way. The Spanish term don, which means like Lord, sounds a lot like the Hebrew term Adon, which also means like Lord or Sir. So you have these kind of fanciful things, which is interesting, but no real proof. Let's go to something a little more serious. In the 16th century, an early Jewish historian named Moshe ben Shem Tov ibn Habib claimed to have seen an inscription, meaning like a gravestone, written in Hebrew that had the text read in English, "This is the grave of Adoniram, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, that would be an amazing inscription that would really help us date a Jewish community in Spain to the reign of King Solomon, because if he is collecting taxes in Spain, and so much so that we have this rather unusual name, Adoniram, who is actually acting as an envoy, it sounds like it's a really good proof. And in fact, Moshe ben Shem Tov believed this inscription and he wrote about it. The problem is we've lost the inscription, and there are a lot of doubts about the veracity of this account. So it's hard to rely on this sort of statement. Without the inscription existing and without modern standards of evaluating evidence, we just don't know if we can rely on it. It is a suggestion, though, of an origin of Spanish Jewry that goes back perhaps 3,000 years, rather dramatic. Finally, this is our scientifically best and earliest example of the Jewish settlement of Spain, and it goes back to a little baby girl in the village of Adra, where an inscription was found in Latin that read, that was discovered in the 18th century, and that's already in the Age of Enlightenment. We have a lot more confidence in the scholarship that happened then, and a transcription from the Latin text was made by a scholar named Juan de Mariana, and the text read as follows. And here you can see it's somewhat, it's broken up, and we don't have all of the letters intact. We have a blank couple of lines, then we have the phrase Nia, and then there's a little sort of an asterisk, it's actually a circle. Solomonula, the MO is wiped out, but it makes sense from context, it would be of Solomon. An una mens quattro di una Judea, which translates from Latin, here lies, we assume is what's written there, because it's a gravestone, some little girl named something ending in Nia, daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months and a day, a Jewess. And this particular inscription, although the inscription itself is lost, the source is fairly reliable, it dates back to the 2nd century of the Common Era. So the 100s, we know for sure that there was at least one Jewish girl, daughter of Solomon, who died at a terribly young age and was buried in Spain. Her name might have been Yunia, maybe Anya, Virginia, something like that, but this is our earliest example, a reliable scholarly example of Jewish settlement, and it dates back to the 2nd century. Quite old. Okay, but there's more. It gets so cool. Now here's the problem. As I mentioned earlier, we have a tremendous paucity of Jewish records, and our source base is quite biased. This is partially due to the fact that Spain is, once again, the periphery, right? There was like no Chinese restaurants anywhere in the entire peninsula, so who moved out there? You only had these scattered settlements. Almost everything we know about Spanish Jewry comes from church records, and we'll look at some of them. So here's a fascinating passage from the book of Romans in the New Testament. That's, if you're not familiar with it, if you go to a hotel room, you open up the drawer in the bedstand, you find a book there, you flip, you see, it looks like a Tanakh, and then there's something added at the end. That's what that is. So St. Paul, who was famous for traveling throughout the Mediterranean basin and winning converts to Christianity, he has a letter that he writes from Corinth, which is in the Peloponnesus in Greece. He writes a letter to the Jewish Christian community of Rome, Jewish-Christian, because in Rome, in Paul's day, there was not a clear distinction between who was Jewish and who was Christian. There were Christians who were born as Jews and continued to observe the Sabbath and Kashrut and things like that. And there were Christians who were born as Gentiles who adopted more of these early Jewish Christian practices. And it was something that would only really be teased out over the next few decades. At any rate, he writes to them. He says, look, I'm sorry I haven't come visiting in a long time. And I really, really want to come. And I will do it whenever I journey to Spain. And he clearly says Spain using language that was common for that time. And at the end, he also says, therefore, when I have performed this and have sealed to them this fruit, meaning I have talked to them about the value of Christianity, I shall go by way of you to Spain. So let's think about this for a second. What does this say about the possibility of a Jewish community in Spain? It doesn't mention Jews in Spain. Okay, so we know there were definitely enough Jews there that we saw that young girl's inscription, but why would he be going to Spain in the first place? To convert Jews to Christianity. That was his big deal. That's much of what he did. He also converted pagans, but he definitely, it's more likely for him to find an audience in places where there is a Jewish community. So it's an indication perhaps of him, Jews living there. Here's a map that shows where he was in the Peloponnesus. Rome, of course, up here in Spain, all the way up here. So he's clearly making like this grand tour of the Mediterranean, going around from place to place, hopping from Jewish community one to the other, often arguing with the Jews, trying to convince them to convert to Christianity. And Spain, of course, was on his list because Spain had that community. It's a kind of like a sideways argument, but it is rather convincing, I think. When we look at the Synod of Elvira, this is an early church gathering in Spain, about the year 305. It actually happened very close to this ancient structure, so we actually have a picture of imagining what it must have looked like. We have 3 church rules that were imposed that clearly refer to Jews, and they say something about the community. But when we look at these 3 sources, you'll see that it's kind of hard to imagine what the community was like when looked through the hostile lens of the church. But let's have a look at those 3 rules. So here's the first one. Canon 16 reads, Catholic girls may not marry Jews or heretics, incidentally, etc. So obviously there must have been some kind of problem of Catholics marrying Jews. We can understand that. By the way, the distinction between Jews and heretics goes back and forth through much of this period. Sometimes they're considered one category, sometimes 2 categories. But okay, we can understand this, and this can be kind of like a statement of faith, right? Even if there are no Jews there, you could still say, like in Japan, they sometimes have anti-Semitism. There are hardly any Jews in Japan, but you can still be anti-Semitic, wasn't it? As they say in Japanese. Here's another one, though. Look at this. If any cleric or layperson, meaning like not an official functional church, eats with Jews, he or she shall be kept from communion as a way of correction. So what do you make of this? What would this say about the Jewish community of Spain? That's a very good point. I think what it basically means is that, yeah, Christians are eating with Jews, and clerics, priests are eating with Jews, that they're getting along well enough that they can have brunch together. And the church is saying, look, we've got to stop this, because who knows, one thing leads to another. Eventually there's mixed dancing, who knows? So this indicates that the Jewish community was at least significant enough that they are eating with clerics. Now here's my favorite. Check out this next one. This is great. Okay, landlords are not to allow Jews to bless the crops they receive from God and for which they have offered thanks. Such an action would make our blessing invalid and meaningless, right? This is the church writing this canon. Anyone who continues this practice is to be expelled completely from the church. So it's a kind of a harsh punishment, yeah, no allowing Jews to bless their crops. But what does it say about the Jewish community? What does it mean? What does it imply? That they were strong in what sense? I mean, if you had like Christian peasants and, it's the beginning of the planting season, they say, oh, look at that, we're planting now, we better do everything right. Whatever, what's a typical Spanish name? Maria says to Juan, Juan, you better get out there and find a Jew to bless our crops because we want to make sure everything grows right. It speaks to a great integration of the Jews and the Christians to the degree that the Christians will rely on the spiritual activities of the Jews. And they don't see it as a contradiction. They don't see it as a problem. The church has to spell this out and say, listen, if you're getting one religion at a time, you can't get blessings from the Jews and get blessings from us. I'm sorry. It's not like you double up the blessings. You choose one or the other. That's it. So this is a remarkable kind of document that, even though it's written from the perspective of the church, and it doesn't say directly how large the community is, how widespread it is, how powerful it is, it does give indications that there must have been something significant if they would find it necessary to rule this way. Now, that's up until the 3rd century or early 7th. Now we get to the terrible Visigothic period. And this is a period, I have to say, that, I mentioned that I read Cats and I cried. I actually cried for 2 different reasons. Sometimes I cried because I saw how scholarship had changed so much in 100-odd years. But I also cried sometimes because this is a very, very sad period of Spanish-Jewish relations. And in fact, we shall see that one of the reasons for the beginning of the rapprochement between Jews and Muslims was primarily because of the absolutely incredible persecution that the Jews suffered under the Visigoths in the 7th century, as we shall see. So what exactly is the Visigothic Empire? Spain at this point was part of the Roman Empire, but Rome was falling apart. You'll recall that Rome is sacked in the year 405 by the Vandals, and they spray painted all over the Colosseum and things like that. That was a joke. Hardly anyone laughed. Thank you, Ms. Rottenberg, for laughing. But there are also other groups related to the Vandals, such as the Ostrogoths. Those are the Eastern Goths, and the Visigoths were known as the Western Goths. The Visigothic Empire was related to the Roman Empire, related to its downfall, and based primarily in Spain and in Gaul, as you can see here. And in 476 is probably the high point of the Visigothic Empire, and they go through some of their own changes which have a dramatic impact on Jews. It's important to recognize, however, that although they were Christians, the Visigoths were originally not Catholics. They were Arians, spelled with an I, not related at all to like the Aryan nation. It's not a Nazi concept. It goes back to a bishop named Arius. The Bishop Arius from North Africa argued a different relationship between God and Jesus than the Catholics did. The Catholics wanted to maintain that they were somehow united in a Trinity together with the Holy Ghost. I have no idea what this actually means, but the Catholic doctrine was very much wrapped into the identity, meaning the unity of these things, whereas the Arians wanted to say, no, there was clearly a hierarchy. It was God the Father and Jesus the Son, and this made a big difference to them. So while they were Arians, the Jews were actually fairly well treated. It was considered a heresy by the Catholics, and in 325, at the Council of Nicaea, Arianism was officially decried as a heresy by the Catholic Church, but Jews did fairly well under the Visigoths. We have no instances of any specifically anti-Jewish legislation recorded by the Visigoths. Who basically maintained Roman law. So to the degree to which Roman law has some anti-Jewish discrimination, and that would be a larger discussion than we have here, time for here, but the Visigoths essentially just kept the same legislation. So Jews would not have been treated differently in Spain than they would have been treated, let's say, in the Italian peninsula, because they were under the same body of law. But things change dramatically when the Arians decide to abandon the heresy and become Catholics. And that happens in the year 589, when Recared I, shown here, in this 19th century painting, decides to convert to Catholicism. And at this point, the Jews of Spain go through 122 years of incredible, increasing persecution to a mind-boggling extent that makes it much more understandable why the Jews would look to the Muslims as their deliverers from the newly Catholic regime. To be sure, the phenomenon known as the zeal of the convert is at play here. That because the Visigothic kings had for several hundred years flouted the Catholic Church and maintained a heretical movement, when they decided to return to the fold, they wanted to demonstrate literally their bona fides, their good faith, by showing just how Catholic they were. And in their interpretation, the way to do that would be to really persecute the Jews badly. And this is, in fact, what they did. Through a period of increasing legislation against the Jews, it's hard to even imagine how it was actually implemented, but implemented it was. Montesquieu, the French philosopher, wrote, and his insight is brilliant here. He says, tous les maximes, tous les principes, tous les vues de l'Inquisition. That all of the maxims, all of the perspectives, everything was similar to the Inquisition itself. I said that in French because I really liked how sounding like cats did everything in different languages and stuff like that. But basically, you can read that because it's almost totally English, right? But essentially, it's true, you know. And in fact, if we jump much further in history, the great Holocaust historian Raoul Hilberg traced the development of Nazi ideology to the Spanish Inquisition, which can really be brought back to the Visigothic period after the conversion of Recared I. The period that we're going to look at now extends from 589 with Recared's conversion to 711, and it is just incredibly hard to imagine how this actually happened. Again, we do not have any Jewish sources to describe how Jews managed these draconian laws. We only have the laws themselves. And there are certain standards that we can use to evaluate law statutes for historical information. For example, if you see, I think if we were to go back over 500 years in time and look back at this period and say, wow, look how often America had to pass drug-related legislation. Look how many times they had to reiterate extreme jail sentences for people who abuse drugs. What would you say about the legislation? If you didn't know anything else, didn't read any newspapers, didn't get any social history, all you had was the laws on the books, what would you say about drug use in America? That it was exploding, right? That they had to keep reiterating these laws because people were flouting them. So we see from the laws some sense of how society must have existed. In the case of the, well, we'll see. So let's look at some of these. First of all, Recared, against the wishes of many churchmen, forcibly baptized the Jews to Christianity. Now, many churchmen, Gregory the Great among them, for example, indicated that it was against church law to forcibly convert Jews to Christianity. And in fact, it defeated the whole purpose of the existence of the Jewish people in Christian thought. Under a bull known as Secret Deus, which means given that the Jews lived, the idea in medieval Christianity was that the Jews were to be preserved in a subordinate state in order that when Jesus came in a second coming, then Jews could recognize Mashiach, recognize him as Messiah, and that would validate what Christians had believed all along. If all the Jews were to be killed, God forbid, then there would be no one around to validate that, to act as a witness. It was also known as the doctrine of witness because the whole point of allowing the Jews to live was to preserve them from a later period. That's just a theological argument. There are, of course, social and economic and other arguments. But basically, for most of Christian history in Europe, Jews were tolerated as a lower class population, persecuted from time to time, but never the subject of genocide, and rarely the subject of mass forced conversions, because it contradicted church law. There's a lot to say about this, but we don't have a lot of time. Recared, however, broke from this and he insisted on forced baptisms of Jews. Originally, he only insisted on the children of mixed marriages, which also shows that there were mixed marriages, probably involving women converting to Judaism. Later, he extended it under his successor Sisabat, it was actually extended to all Jews. But all Jews were forcibly converted. We know that many Jews fled to nearby Gaul, which would be in the region of what we would today say France. Others, though, decided to, like we see with the Inquisition, decided to convert because they hoped that this would pass and then they would be able to practice their Judaism secretly. If it was just a conversion in name only, how serious could it be? So you see already the presaging of some of the patterns of response to threat that we see later in Spain. But and this again sounds like the Inquisition, once the Jews were baptized, they were not trusted to be real Christians. Requeswint, and by the way, one thing I do like about the Visigoths, the kings have really cool names. I will give you a few really cool names. I have to like that about them. But Requeswint, he instituted oaths that, for example, if a baptized Jew, who technically should be a full Christian, is called to court, no, he had to take an extra oath because he could not be trusted as a true Christian. But they did have leniencies because these newly Christian former Jews did not enjoy eating pork, so they actually had laws in the books saying that these newly Christians don't have to eat pork because they don't enjoy it. But the fact that they have to say that they don't have to eat pork means there must have been a significant number of them. Punishment for a series of crimes, such as being caught lighting candles for the Sabbath, or not working the fields on Saturdays or things like that, arranged. There was lashes. Typically, the number would be 100 lashes. Confiscation of property, exile, and then this mysterious term, decalvatio, which scholars debate what this exactly means. The literal translation of the Latin means to make bald. So some theorists think that it must mean scalping, as this individual from the 19th century was scalped, which was practiced in North Africa, not by the Visigoths, but by the Berbers. But scalping in North Africa was not called decalvatio, and it was quite often fatal. Whereas in Visigothic Spain, people who suffered decalvatio was tended to survive, so it might have referred to shaving the head as a kind of humiliation, or perhaps pulling the hair out of the head. We're not sure. It's certainly not a nice punishment, and it was meted out several times to the same individuals, so it could have been merely shaving, or it could have been something much more violent. Punishment for conversion to Judaism, however, is pretty stiff and terrifying. Typically, conversion to Judaism happens in the relationship with marriage, and the punishment for such a conversion for males, to use the term that Solomon Katz refers to, would be amputation of the virile member, and for females, it would be amputation of the nose. A very horrific kind of punishments that were imposed to try to stop mixed marriages. And then there are a whole series of bizarre laws that are passed talking about forbidding the observance of Shabbat that required Jews, again, who are technically Christians now because they have been forcibly baptized, but these new Christians had to report to a priest prior to the onset of the Sabbath, and then during the Sabbath to make sure that they were violating the Sabbath. And when there were holidays like Pesach or Sukkot, if you wanted to leave town, the laws actually stated you had to report to priests along the path to your destination, like you're on parole, and make sure that you were in fact not observing a holiday. Now you try to think about this, it's mind-boggling. Was it actually enforced? It's hard to imagine that it would be, but one indication of the reality of it is other laws that specify punishments for Christian accomplices, meaning priests who are lenient with Jews, who do not want to work the fields on Sabbath, and others who accept bribes in order for the Jews to be, removed from these various punishments. These kinds of laws, like the drug laws we talked about earlier, indicate that there was a significant sized Jewish community, that they were technically Christian, but secretly flouting a lot of these laws through the payment of bribes. Again, it's hard to read Jewish history through these kinds of documents, but you get a sense of how horrible it must have been to try to live a Jewish lifestyle under this kind of legislative environment, where there was so much corruption, and that just to do the simplest Jewish thing, you had to pay a bribe or suffer potentially horrific punishments. So that's this awful period from from 589 to 782. 589 to 711. And that's the point when Jews call out to Muslims south of the Iberian Peninsula in North Africa and actively assist in their conquest of Spain. That'll be the topic for us next week, but before we go there, let's just look at the few little bits of information we can get about their culture and their economy from the tiny amount of scattered sources we have from this period. I mentioned already the weakness of the sources, that almost everything we have comes from non-Jewish sources talking about the Jews. But we do have a few inscriptions and a few other pieces of data that give us a sense of what the internal Jewish life was like. We know that their language was originally Hebrew, indicating also quite an ancient civilization. We know because, for example, the Christians report that there was when certain churchmen died, the Jews liked them so much that they attended their funerals and honored the churchmen by chanting songs, Tehillim, in Hebrew. So at least they had literacy enough to read Hebrew. There are a few examples of this nature. We also see in the earliest inscriptions trilingualism. So this is a Tortosa gravestone that's badly damaged. It was used for a long time as a paving stone. Many of these early stones were. And you can see at the very top, there is a Hebrew inscription, which doesn't say a lot of tremendous information for us, but it fits with a lot of traditional Hebraic forms that are associated with funerals. Then it continues in Latin and finally in Greek. A few interesting things like the five-pointed candelabrum you can see over here, which is actually a very traditional Jewish symbol. And
have you been checking out the stream recently? I have a question. Is all this stuff like pre-recorded? Well, it seems like it's shot like the day before or something. I don't know. He just doesn't interact with the chat. Oh, very cool. Oh, dude, and you know better than I do. Thank you for the clarification. To be honest, I don't. I like real people, Frosty, as real as you can get. I know nobody out there is perfect, and I also know that people make mistakes, but I don't really like fake. Like, you do things online for views, and I think Neon, more than maybe any streamer I've seen, does that a lot. Like, he'll be like, I just, maybe I'm wrong, but, and this is just a made up scenario, but he'll like call Jack Doherty, be like, hey, let's collab together and you shove me and I'll shove you back, and then I'll push you into a McLaren. He's like, yeah, that's cool. And then they both get banned for like promoting violence. They get banned for a week, and then they come back and they're bigger than before. Look, it depends how you do it. I think I could be wrong. I don't know the culture as well as you do, but India still has a pretty rigid caste system, and you still have to have respect for your elders to some extent and your parents. And that is broken down in the Western world where who gives a shit? I'll do whatever I want. Maybe you didn't even have parents. So there's there's nothing necessarily holding you to any type of morals. So here in the United States, people just kind of do whatever they want. Not saying that I do. My entire family, my entire family, it goes back though. We're very American. I can see that. He goes back. Do you know what T series is? Do you know what T series is? T series. It's the largest YouTube channel. It's like basically just Indian stuff. Do you ever watch T series stuff? Welcome, Chinatown. just stream. But I do have to say that I like seeing people's ingenuity when it comes to how creative they can be. It's very very cool. It's like it's amazing. Um, and I love a couple kinds of things that people do. They do puns, like where they're passing like a pun, and you look at it and you're like, what the fuck is that? You kind of have to figure it out. And then I also like ones that are like, um, how would I put it? They're just fun. They're just like whatever it is. Maybe it's like something vintage or nostalgic, and it's just funny, and everybody gets it, and it's lighthearted. What I don't like are really controversial. I should say you can be controversial, but if it's like over the top, nobody wants you at their party. Nobody wants you. I don't even know what a controversial one would be. I, I think I know what you're saying. That's amazing. Excellent. Do you like neon skin? Neon? Yeah. I get that. That's very brown food. All right, big dog. For watching stuff documentary, there's some lectures that you listening to guys so that you can see and really excellent.
And a lot of ancient inscriptions, not the 9-pointed candelabrum of Hanukkah and not the 6-pointed candelabra of the temple, but a 5-pointed one, perhaps to distinguish that it's not trying to reproduce the temple, but the idea of menorah is a very ancient Jewish symbol. I mentioned already at the funeral of Hilary of Arles that the Jews sang psalms there. Under Erward, again, these cool Visigothian names, he demands 100 lashes for any child over the age of 10 who studies Torah. So the punishment, of course, is draconian, but it also tells us that there must have been children who were studying Torah. And you think this is actually, I'm going to use this on my kids when they don't want to get out of bed in the morning. So, do you know what the Jews of Visigothic Spain had to go through? It gets to a fever pitch where it's hard to even imagine that this legislation was actually implemented. That under Egica, one of the last of the Visigothic kings, Jews are first forbidden to engage in trade locally, and then with any Christian, and then finally even internationally. That the Jews are not, how are they supposed to make a living if they can't do business with anyone, literally? So it was completely intolerable. We will say next week, I'll talk about what few sources we do have about the trade that they engaged in at that time. Laws banned agriculture work on Sundays, which culminated in the confiscation of lands, also indicate, by the way, that Jews were agrarian, that Jews must have been farming at this time, which is not typical for much of the period. Okay. The Jews were finally, not surprisingly, accused of treason at this time. This is a statue of King Wamba. And apparently this is not a very accurate depiction, because Wamba, according to Katz, is probably not his real name, but it was a diminutive. Wamba means pot-bellied, and he looks pretty buff here in this 18th century statue. But under King Wamba, Hilderic from Nimes to the north tried to mount a rebellion against Wamba and the Visigoths, and Jews, when they heard about this, they fled there hoping to join his side. Unfortunately, the rebellion was unsuccessful, and the Jewish plan to overthrow Wamba was foiled. In 693, another similar rebellion was put down. Once again, Jews now looked to the south, trying to get Muslims to join them in overthrowing the Visigoths, once again put down. It was only in 711 that we finally have the Muslims coming across the Straits of Gibraltar into the region, where they were welcomed by Jews. And it was the Jewish participation in that conquest of Spain is something that we will spend our time on next week. But once again, ironically, on of all days 9/11, when we explore a period when the Muslims actually came to the rescue of the Jews, and the Jews lived for 500 years in relative stability with them in Spain, it gives you just a sense of the scope of Jewish history, and that we should try to understand things within this larger culture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to a fantastic semester with you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I myself had a fantastic time preparing the research for it, and it was great to see so many of you in the live audience again after the hiatus of the summer. And for all of you out in Internet land, I hope you found that a very satisfying intellectual experience. It's an important time of year right now. I'm recording this in September of 2017, just before Rosh Hashanah, the new year. And it occurred to me that I should probably stick some kind of call to action on the end of this video, because we're living in very difficult times. And my small contribution, which I'd like you to share in, is to trying to spread a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more awareness of the fascinating aspects of Jewish history that made such a huge contribution to world culture. And I hope they're useful for you and useful for your friends. So here's 3 quick ideas how you can take this to the next level. The first is, don't keep this video to yourself. I mean, I assume you're watching on some kind of social media, so please hit that share button. And more than that, why don't you just write a little, blurb at the top that says something like, "This guy is such a jerk, but I love his ties," or something like that. But say something, share it with your friends, and let them see it. Maybe it'll help spread goodness in the world, or at least knowledge. Second, if you are in the greater New York, New Jersey area, why don't you come on down and visit us and attend the live audience. The lectures are free, open to the public, and love to have you in the audience. You can ask some really hard questions. I may not answer them, but I'll probably edit them out of the internet version. And third, this is perhaps most important, why don't you consider supporting our undergraduate students? A big part of the reason why we give these lectures is because we want to try and promote the study of Jewish history here at Touro College, and we need your help. So please click on the link that's provided and consider donating to our scholarship fund so we can make it easier for our students to attend college here. And I guess that's about it. I hope you all have, as the reading goes, a Tova. May you be written and sealed for a good new year. And I look forward to speaking to you next week. Take care. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's so great to see you again. I am so pleased to be continuing this series on the Jews of Sfarad. Tonight, we're going to look at another period of Sephardic history that's not very well studied. I was pleased with the response to the Jews of the Visigothic era. We're going to look at a foundational couple of centuries when the Iberian Peninsula population of Jews began to move from being a peripheral and minority and highly dependent culture to becoming eventually an independent and distinctive and ultimately one of the high points, one of the golden ages of all of Jewish history. So these 200 years, which are going to extend from the year 711, which is the date of the Muslim conquest of the peninsula, to about 910, which is the birth of Chastai ibn Shaput, a truly remarkable character that we will speak about next Monday night, next week, God willing. That's what we're going to focus on today. And I'll also draw to your attention that the format of the class is a little bit different today as it was last week. For the past several years, I've tried to focus my presentations around the life and works of a particular individual. Not so much because of my training or inclination. In fact, I would rather not do that. I was trained as a social historian that tends to look at like movements and masses of people and things like that. But people like to learn about individuals. They like to attach the grand arc of history to a particular life. And so that's what we've been doing, and thank God for many years with some success. So this is another week where we're just going to speak in episodic points about several individuals, but primarily we're going to concern ourselves with the development of an entire population over 2 centuries. And next week, we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming. We'll ask the question of who was Chastai ibn Shaput, and I'm confident you'll find that the answer was completely fascinating. Okay. So let's go straight to our material today. First of all, the good and welfare. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by my good friends Vic and Catherine Crespin. Vic and Kathy were my students when I lived in Florida for quite some time, and they're personal friends as well as lifelong students. Vic in particular is very attached to Sephardic history, and so he was especially motivated by this series. They, like actually the Brays, who also made a donation to our Student Scholarship Fund, did so in connection with Hurricane Irma that affected Florida so badly, and everyone there should recover from the storm as much as possible, as quickly as possible. And so in gratitude to Hashem for protecting them from the dangers of Hurricane Irma, they've dedicated this class. Just for fun, Vic and Kathy run a construction company, KVC, and I'm putting a little plug for them because I think their work is absolutely fantastic. This is a car dealership. For those of you who are native to New York City, this is what a car dealership is supposed to look like. Right? This is in Miami. It's got a Miami sort of vibe to it. That's the way it's supposed to. And here is another municipal building, if I remember correctly. They do really amazing work. The lecture last week, I am really surprised with how well it did. I mean, again, once again, it's the Jews of Visigothic Spain. Who knew that that would be as popular as, like, you know, videos about kittens who fall off chairs and things like that. But over the span of 1 week, I thought I'd share with you the statistics. We got over 1,800 views, 99 likes, 50 shares, and the average watch time, which is usually a measure of the degree of penetration you have into your audience, was over 20 minutes, which is about 5 minutes longer than my videos on average. So it really turned out to be a topic that captured people's interest, and I'm very grateful that that's just finding some resonance. And as I mentioned, the real benefit is to our student population. We raised $2,000 over the past week. We're now up to $9,000 and $96. Still a little short of my goal of $100,000, but we have a few more weeks yet to go. Almost all of the lectures for this semester are already sponsored. We have a couple of them left. Otherwise, I'll have to make up something else. Maybe we'll give away fridge magnets or something like that. Okay, let's go to the material itself. Tonight's lecture is going to be reliant very heavily on the work of Eliyahu Ashdor. There's not a great reservoir of scholarship on the 2 centuries between the Muslim conquest and the life of Chassidai ibn Shaprut on the Jews specifically, and he's certainly one of the primary sources. He was originally born in Berlin as Edward Strauss and earned his PhD from Germany. And then he emigrated to Israel, where he became associated with the library at the great Hebrew University. There he wrote some very lyrical studies. It was an entirely different generation of scholarship when history had to be entertaining. And so even though he's doing deep academic work, he has these amazing passages where he puts you right there in the sea, describes the weather, he describes the clothing, and there's no way, he's just making that stuff up, but it reads really well, and he's a very great popular historian. His Jews of Muslim Spain is available in 2 volumes. You can see it's really a 3-volume story. It's quite a significantly thick book, but definitely worth reading. So we're going to rely very heavily on his research tonight. Okay. So let us begin, first of all, with a sort of a reset on our thinking about Islam, because the relations between Jews, especially Israelis, and Muslims over the past 200 years has been increasingly fractious and difficult. The reality is that much of this is occasioned by the nationalist movements that first arose among Eastern Europeans and Jews among them, and were ultimately expressed in Zionism, which is fundamentally a nationalist movement of the 19th century, even though it obviously has roots going back to the biblical period. And then in the 20th century, the burgeoning Arab nationalist movements as well, which naturally came into conflict with Zionism. And we're not going to, in this semester at any rate, go through the dramatic and often tragic moments in that history, but there's no question that over the last 200 years, Jews and Arabs, especially Israelis and Arabs, have gotten along atrociously. When we take a broader historical viewpoint, however, Jews have actually fared, on the whole, much better under Muslim lands and under Muslim control than they have under Christian control, for a whole series of reasons that I'd like to explore over the next 2 slides before we get to Spain. So we have to understand that the period that we're going to be discussing today, and in fact for the next few weeks, is a period when Muslims and Jews were actually quite close. Not to say that, you know, they were beloved of each other and that they were tolerating each other's differences without the occasional punctuation of violence or polemic, but compared to the experience of Jews in Christian Europe, it was actually much, much better, and allowed for the flourishing of Jewish culture at a few key points in Spanish history in particular. Let us examine some of the factors that would lead us to this conclusion. First of all, we should bear in mind, and this is especially true in Spain, that we have 3 cultures in a triangular conflict in the Iberian Peninsula: the Jewish, the Christian, and the Muslim. And when you look at the 3 points of the triangle, it's not like, what do you call it? Is it isosceles when they're all identical? equilateral. It's not an equilateral triangle. Islam and Judaism are structurally much more similar than Christianity and Judaism, for one time. Islam and Judaism both place emphasis on orthopraxy rather than orthodoxy, meaning both of these faiths are very much behavior-oriented. They have codes of law. The Jews have Shulchan Aruch, Halakha. The Muslims have Sharia, also codified in 4 distinct traditions. There are ritualized, actually there's very little distinction between ritual law and civic law and criminal law in both faiths. They're all part of one whole. There's much less emphasis in general on specific articles of faith, of creed, whereas in Christianity, creed is incredibly important. And fine distinctions of, as we saw last week, the Arian Christianity versus Catholic Christianity, and later versus various denominations of Protestant Christianity. These become very significant seams between populations. Islam does not have that same distinction, nor do Jews. Both the Abrahamic faiths that existed in the Arabian Peninsula are much more focused on how one behaves, how one dresses, how one eats, how one does business. So structurally, you have a great deal of similarity. Furthermore, to a large degree, many of these similarities are actually imitations. I mean, Islam, which began in the 7th century, borrowed openly from Jewish practices in a lot of different ways. The idea of orienting oneself towards a particular direction while praying, the number of times one prays is ritually codified. The idea of tzniut, of modesty in dress, particularly female dress, the idea of a dietary code, kashrut or halal, all of these things are mirror images of each other. So in other words, Muslims and Christians in many ways have a shared cultural vocabulary, makes it much easier for them to communicate with each other. Christianity, on the other hand, developed in an entirely different direction, focusing much more on ideas of belief over very fine historical and theological points, the status of the Virgin Mary, for example, the status of the Immaculate Conception, all kinds of theological debates that often are dizzying for the average person, not easy to pin down, but very easy to associate with heresy and apostasy and things like that. So in other words, structurally speaking, Muslims and Jews have a lot more in common with each other than Christians and Jews. Second very important point, the familial relationship is much closer chronologically and philosophically between Jews and Christians than it is between Jews and Muslims. What do I mean by that? Christianity emerged out of Judaism. Christianity was originally a Jewish movement. All of the early founders of the Christian church were Jewish. And it slowly, over the space of about 10 or 12 decades, became a Gentile movement in which most Christians were actually of non-Jewish stock. But in the first 100 years of Christianity's existence as a movement, it was very difficult to determine exactly what was Jewish and what was Christian. And so as it emerged, the very closeness caused a degree of antipathy, where in order to define themselves, Christians had to contrast their behavior, attitudes, ideas with the mother faith. I think I've given you all in previous classes the cholent metaphor, right? I don't want to redo the cholent metaphor. I see some people shaking their heads. You'll have to review older videos on that one. But basically, in their desire, think of a mother-daughter relationship, in the daughter's desire to establish independence, she has to assert why she is different, why she does things differently than her mother does. And that sometimes creates a certain kind of negative tension. As the very perceptive and heroic theologian Rosemary Radford Ruether once put it, anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology. And what she meant by that was, in an attempt to elevate Christianity as a faith with the right hand, it was necessary with the left hand to denigrate Judaism. So that's by nature of the very closeness of Judaism and Christianity, they have a much more negative relationship with each other. Islam, on the other hand, which was born 6 centuries later, is like a grandchild, and the grandchild does not necessarily have. Put it like this. Let's put it like this. Let's say the Zaidi comes over from Daheim. He comes over from Europe, the grandfather, and he's very observant and keeps the Sabbath and keeps the dietary laws and things like that. And the son, who was born here in America, has already tossed a lot of those things overboard, like he tossed his tefillin overboard, and so. He's constantly irritated by his father's piety, and his father, of course, is nonplussed by his son's irreligiosity. But the grandson has no inbred hostility to religious behavior, and he looks at his Zaidi. He says, "Oh, isn't that cool? Look what Zaidi does on Shabbos, and look what Zaidi eats, and look how Zaidi prays." So the grandson doesn't have the same degree of hostility to the Zaidi the way the son does. So Islam in this relationship is like the grandson, who looks to Judaism and doesn't see it as a threat to his own identity. He sees it as possibly, hey, maybe we could get something from them. And so the possibility of a synergy between Islam and Christianity and Judaism is actually much more possible, both for the structural reasons and for the chronological reasons. And in fact, later on in this course, when we look at some of the interesting blends of Sufi thought with Jewish thought in surprising places, like, for example, the influence of Sufism on the Rambam's own illustrious son, Abraham, be fascinating. So with these two factors in particular, Jews actually had a much more of a possibility of achieving some kind of modus vivendi, if not even a rapprochement with the Muslims. Made it much more possible. Not to say that there were not moments of violence, not to say that there were not moments of discrimination and persecution, but on the whole, it was definitely much better in Muslim lands. I recall a few years ago, I was looking at a bibliography of anti-Jewish polemics, and it was for much of the medieval period. I wish I could remember the title. And I was amazed because about 4/5 of the book were listings of various anti-Jewish polemics published in Christian lands. And the remaining fifth was the index, the table of contents, and a tiny little section on Muslim anti-Jewish polemics. It was just not a big industry. They didn't have a readership. They didn't have the same kind of appeal. Mashain, which is not the case, let's say, with the contemporary period, the 20th century, we live in a very different time, 21st century. Okay, to give you a sense of this is not to say that this is like Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden, and America, and everybody loves each other. Definitely, Jews were not first-class citizens. They were second-class citizens, without doubt. But much of that relationship was outlined by a document known popularly as the Pact of Umar. Umar was one of the early caliphs of the 7th century, shortly after Muhammad himself. And according to tradition, he answered a series of questions posed to him by non-Muslims, most likely Christians, about, well, okay, so now Islam is the dominant religion and we live in Muslim lands. How are we supposed to behave? Umar answered in such a way that outlined a series of abilities and disabilities that Christians and, by extension, Jews would have to live under, and that kind of set a legal standard for that. Now, it's quite likely that the Pact of Umar
I'm listening. That Christian teaching was.
Mar was actually authored much later and was used to kind of justify the status quo, which pertained anyways. But for the sake of argument, we can understand it as something that that pertained in the 7th century as well. Basically, the argument of the Pact of Umar was that Jews, as the al-Kitab, people of the book, as a monotheistic religion that had received, according to Islamic theology, at some point communications from God in the form of prophecy, they were to be tolerated qua Jews. In other words, Judaism was a protected religion within Muslim lands, as was Christianity, later for other reasons, Zoroastrianism as well. But basically, Jews were allowed to practice their own faith within Muslim lands. There were limits. They were not allowed to practice their faith in such a way that it might attract Muslim converts. Same went for Christianity. For example, they were not allowed to, have too raucous celebrations for Purim or Simchas Torah. They're not allowed to build their houses of worship to be taller than the mosques. And in fact, widely ignored, they were not allowed to rebuild mosques, they're not allowed to rebuild synagogues once they fell down. In reality, Jews and Christians would just simply pay bribes and they would be able not only to repair their synagogues, but in fact to build new ones. Although that was not universally true in some places. Well, I'll get to that in another class. At any rate, they were to be maintained in a second-class status at all times. At some points, there were discriminations in terms of modalities of dress, of occupation, and things like that. Sometimes irritating symbolic discrimination, but for the most part, it was something that Jews could live with. Christians also lived on this. They were known as dhimmi, or protected peoples. They had a financial disability. They had to pay a special poll tax called jizya, which was for their non-Muslim status, which was higher than the zakat, the charitable tax that Muslims had to pay. But on the whole, it had something that Jews really admired, a concept that we'll come back to a little later. It imposed across the entire Mediterranean basin, in the southern part of the basin,
Help me with it. What's the phenomenon of spirit? Okay. Okay. There you go, man. You heard it here first, people. My man Frosty explaining Christianity to everybody. Thank you, my man. Absolutely. Nice work. I mean, I don't know if people hear this today, and I really mean this in my deepest, truest sense. I feel as if Frosty will be a theologian in the future. He'll be seen as a theologian. Not you, Frosty.
A Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. Jews were not equal citizens, but they knew their place and they knew their rights. Within their position, they knew how to operate. So the Pact of Umar actually guaranteed Jews a tremendous degree of stability and the possibility of expanding their activity both internally in their own culture and also economically by extension with other Jewish communities. Contrast this, by the way, to what we talked about last week with the incredibly chaotic and absurd decrees of the Visigothic kings ordering that everyone convert to Christianity, and then even though they converted, saying that we don't trust that you're actually converted, so we're going to persecute you some more, and you can't do business with each other, you can't marry each other, incredible degrees of persecution if we suspect you're keeping the Sabbath, all kinds of things like that. The Pact of Umar was, to use the Arabic term, gewaldic. It was like wonderful. Jews were really happy with it, by and large. Okay. So that's just to frame our remarks really for the next few weeks about the rapprochement that was going to happen in the Iberian Peninsula. So the first thing we should understand is, what was the role of the Jews in the Islamic invasion, which happens at the Strait of Gibraltar, which is actually an English sort of mispronunciation of the name of the first conqueror. But basically, Spain fell like a house of cards early in the 8th century. The Muslims, you can see from this map, actually you can't see most of this here, but they're moving across the coast of North Africa with tremendous rapidity. Actually, let me go back to the big screen. Look at this. This is the expansion of Islam. This is where it starts out in the first half of the 7th century. Then it expands to this region here, between 632 and 661. And, just a little over 100 years later, it's already into Spain. Just imagine the scope of this conquest. It was overwhelming. There are many reasons that we could point to for this rapid conquest, but clearly one of the things was that most of these societies were very poorly constructed, had very limited ideological underpinnings, and so they were ripe for conquest by the Muslims. Spain in particular, nobody was really a big fan of the Visigoths. Christians included were not big fans of the Visigoths, and so they were not able to mount a serious defense against even a very small contingent of Muslims who made their way across the border. Now, in Christian historiography of the Middle Ages, in seeking to explain the debacle of such a rapid collapse of this Christian kingdom, they pointed quite often to the Jews and argued that the Jews had secretly conspired with the Muslims to invade, and they assisted them actively, and it was really the Jews who were the traitors who made this possible. Modern scholarship has, without a doubt, demolished that argument. The Jews did not extend an invitation. On the other hand, when the Muslims came, they were certainly not displeased to have the Visigothic rulers evicted from the peninsula. The maltreatment that the Jews had experienced at the hands of the Visigoths was so extreme that the Muslims were a very welcome change, and Jews actively assisted with their conquest of the peninsula. We'll describe exactly how that happened. But the real invitation was actually the Visigoths themselves. One of the last kings was named Witzia. I love those names. And Witzia, whose profile is shown here in an early, actually it's not a profile, that's his visage. I don't know if you can sort of make it out there, it's kind of blurry, but when Witzia died, there was a dynastic struggle, and a certain number of his sons were shut out of the annals of power. And so they conspired with each other to invite the Muslims to take over the peninsula and to support them in the reestablishment of the Visigothic rule. Of course, they were quite surprised that when the Muslims came and they saw that it was actually Taka, very nice land and very fertile, and the climate was great and so on, that they were loath to relinquish control to the Visigoths. But it actually came from Visigoths themselves who were displaced from power. They were the ones who invited the Muslims in. The Christian chronicles that describe this, describe them as traitors, that they were coming in, bringing the Muslims in to try to establish their own holds of the throne. Once again, the Jews had very little inclination to repel the invaders, but they were not necessarily the initiative. So what exactly would happen? And we see this in the Muslim chronicles time and time again. The Muslim chronicles, by the way, have little interest in fabricating this. They do have to deal with the reality that we're talking about a very small military contingent taking over a large amount of territory in a very small amount of time, and they have to explain this. And basic military strategy indicates that one of the most fundamental aspects of winning a war is not necessarily the bravery of the soldiers, not necessarily the high technology of the weaponry and things like that. It's almost always all about, and I say this, by the way, as someone who has never fired a gun in the military ever, but it's almost always about logistics. It's almost always about supply. It's almost always about making sure that the soldiers are well provisioned so they can go on and keep fighting. If there's no food, the war is going to end very rapidly. So you have to have a tremendous amount of organization to make sure that the food supply, is constant, and that there are reinforcements always available. So basically, if you have a very small amount of soldiers invading the peninsula, and you've got to go from city to city, how are you going to possibly maintain this, especially if you have to leave behind soldiers to guard every single city that you go through? So basically, this is where the Jews were instrumental in the Muslim victory. What would happen is the Muslims would come up to a city, which was typically walled. This is the city of Avila. The walls here are constructed a few centuries after our period of time, but they do give us some sense of what it must have been like to approach a walled city. And the Muslims would have to somehow gain entry. They would use various engines of war that were portable, such as battering rams, catapults, things like that. They would take advantage of local vegetation, trees, to try and launch themselves over the walls and things like that. But once they were able to gain entry to the city, and according to the Christian chronicles, perhaps with the assistance of the Jews living inside the walls themselves, then they would have to take over the city and then move on to the next one. How can they retain control of the cities they conquer unless they have allies and assets that will maintain the new Muslim status quo? So the Jews were very happy to act in this capacity. Jews who are highly urbanized peoples in general. We have to live, as I like to say, within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking distance of a Chinese restaurant. So there are lots of Jews in these urban areas. It always amazes me that people laugh at that joke, no matter how many times I say it. But so the Jews are urban. They hate the Visigoths. The Muslims come in. They've heard rumors about how the Muslims will give them dhimmi status, and they have to pay a little extra money, maybe a couple disabilities, but they will otherwise be protected. And so they essentially act as the loyal guardians of the city for the Muslims as they go on in their conquest. And so this catapults the Jews to positions of municipal power, allowing the Muslims to continue their conquest, guaranteeing their loyalty to the Jews. And it really works out really well for both the Muslims and the Jews, not so well for the Christians. Let us also remember that Christians, even though they may be, struggling with the Visigothic yoke, if they don't like what's happening in Muslim lands, they can always appeal to Christian populations on the other side of the Pyrenees. Jews, on the other hand, are a minority everywhere. It's not like they can make a short boat ride or take a short hike and they can find other Jewish communities that will come and rescue them. Jews are very much invested in the stability of a country, and so they tend to support the ruling authority, even if that ruling authority is slightly discriminatory, as we shall see. So the role of the Jews in the conquest is not so much in the invitation, but definitely in supporting the logistics of the Muslim advance. Another map of looking at the Muslim expansion. There's also another major internal development that happens in the latter part of the 7th century. The Muslims themselves go through an interregnum, and they have a major shift in the balance of power between the Abbasid dynasty and the Umayyad dynasty. We will not go into the details about these things, but basically there is a power struggle, and the Abbasids lose to the Umayyads. The Umayyads are eventually going to be the controllers of the entire Mediterranean basin, but it's not at all clear in the third quarter of the 7th century that this is going to happen. But it turns out to work out very well for the Jews, primarily because of this man, Abd al-Rahman I. And there's an interesting story that connects him specifically to the Jews. Al-Rahman was one of the major players in the Umayyad dynasty, and he was forced out from the capital of Baghdad in one of these internecine conflicts. He ended up wandering in secret and in hiding with just a few of his loyal servants, making his way across the coast of North Africa, seeking some kind of refuge and dreaming of something larger in terms of a political future. He came to the city of Kairouan, which is distinct from the city of Cairo. Kairouan is basically in the region of what we would call today Tunis. And while he is there, he meets up with another man who ironically had the same name, Al-Rahman. We won't try to keep him from being confused. This Al-Rahman, who lived in Kairouan, was a powerful figure there, and he had a Jewish fortune teller. This story, by the way, is told by the servants of the Umayyad Al-Rahman shown here. So we have it with a great degree of credibility in the sense that it comes from a non-Jewish source about a Jew acting in a positive capacity for Muslims. And this Jewish soothsayer, it's hard to imagine exactly what this person was, some kind of fortune teller or advisor or something. He tells the local ruler, Al-Rahman, that, uh, that a man named Al-Rahman is destined for glory. And Al-Rahman says, great. He says, it's not you. It's someone else with the same name. And you will be able to recognize him because of his distinctive hairstyle, which I have to say, I was very disappointed. I looked all over the internet. I could not find a picture of this distinctive hairstyle, but it involves side locks. Apparently, he grew his hair long at his temples. I know that sounds a little spooky for Jews, right? Sounds like payas. But apparently, this Al-Rahman had very distinctive side locks. So the Cairo-Wanese Al-Rahman says, okay, well, I guess that's what it is. And this new guy from the Umayyad dynasty comes into town, and the first Al-Rahman recognizes him, and at first he wants to attack and kill him, but the Jew says, no, you can't, because it's destined by God. You will have no power over him. So he says, all right, I guess I have to make my peace with him, and he shelters him, and he gives him support, and ultimately, the second Al-Rahman, the one shown here, goes on to cross the Straits of Gibraltar and conquer Spain and become the first Umayyad emir, meaning ruler or king of Spain. So what's really important here for our purposes is that one of the early envisioning of the Jews in the idea of an Islamic Spain is of the Jew as a loyal servant, as a moral advisor. And we'll see that over and over again as a kind of trope in Muslim historiography of the period. When he established himself in Spain, he was really quite a brutal individual, engaged in putting down rebellions. Don't forget, there are still Christians living in Spain, and they're not entirely happy with this new Muslim rule. So he was very brutal and definitive in putting down these rebellions. But at the same time, he established something that Jews tend to love, which is this term I used earlier, Rechtsstaat. Let's just take a quick moment to explore that idea. The word Rechtsstaat is German, and as I say it now, I realize, it's such a guttural Rechtsstaat. It sounds like you're about to spit, right? But Billy Crystal says famously, Yiddish is German with phlegm. Anyways, a Rechtsstaat means a state, Staat, governed by law, Recht. And this is something that Jews desire tremendously. The worst thing for Jews is anarchy, right? It says in Pirkei Avos, you should pray for the welfare of the government, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. The idea is, since Jews are perpetually a minority, with the exception of biblical times and, of course, modern times in the state of Israel, the worst that can happen to Jews is if you live in a state where the rule of law means nothing, where there's no predictability. And in fact, Jews tend to prefer to live in states as long as they are Rechtsstaats, even if those laws discriminate against them. You can look at, for example, South Africa, beginning of the 19th century. You could look at certain parts of Quebec in Canada up until, let's say, the 1950s. Many, many countries, Jews are very happy to live, even if they have some disabilities, social or otherwise, as long as they know that, nobody can break their store window with impunity. That a Jew can sue a non-Jew in court and expect the laws to be applied fairly to them. Even though they have disabilities, legally and civilly and socially, as long as it's predictable and you can live within those boundaries. So essentially, that's what happens. The Abd al-Rahman sets up something which is fundamentally a Rechtsstaat, and that allows for a tremendous flourishing of Jewish culture. Spain is a Rechtsstaat. All of a sudden, you have this new phenomenon that takes place over decades, that Jews start migrating to Spain. Think about the tremendous reversal here. Jews are being expelled from Spain in the Visigothic period. Nobody wants to live in Spain. And all of a sudden, it's slowly picking up more and more Jews who are moving through North Africa from the Middle East, and they're making their way to this pioneer frontier country. It's kind of like, if you will, Florida after air conditioning was invented. And I mean that, half seriously, no, more than half seriously, because Florida is kind of like way out there, and it's a peripheral place. And yeah, there are some Jews who are settling there, especially after World War II, because there are a lot of Jews from New York who were stationed down there with the army. And then all of a sudden they say, Taka, it's pretty nice here about, 10 months of the year. And it's one, and then, so you have a bit of chain migration in the 1950s. And then once electricity is not electricity, air conditioning is universal, and oh my gosh, there's a Jewish explosion in Florida, because who wouldn't want to live in Florida except during hurricane season? So Spain is like that too. Spain is like this crazy, awful place to live under the Visigoths for hundreds of years. And then with the Muslims, all of a sudden, there's a tremendous amount of potential there. And so Jewish population begins to grow. As I mentioned earlier, this trope, this theme of the Jew as the wise and loyal servant, as iteration after iteration in Muslim literature at this time. And historically, we know of quite a few individuals. I'll just illustrate one of them who's extremely important. There is a court musician in the late 18th century whose name is Abu ibn Nasr al-Mansur. That's a Jewish name. He's a Jewish court musician. And it happens that in one of these disruptions that happens in Baghdad, a non-Jewish musician named Ziryab is wandering through the region. When al-Mansur hears that Ziryab, not a Jewish musician, is available, he immediately urges the emir to bring him into his court. It happened that the emir at that time agreed and then promptly died, but the al-Mansur's loyalty to the advancement of culture and even caused him to argue this with the new emir, and so they brought in this person Ziryab. Now, this is remarkable on many levels, but one of them is that he would naturally have a rivalry with Ziryab. I mean, if you were the court musician, why would you invite another musician to the court? And especially when you've done your job, you convinced the emir, but then the emir dies, why would you do it again with another emir? And the Muslims, who at this time are great lovers of poetry and music, and we will explore this much further in the next two lectures, they were amazed with al-Mansur's dedication to the sheer genius of this man Ziryab. Ziryab, as it happened, was actually a genius who made a tremendous impact on the Muslim court by bringing a lot of Baghdadi influences to Spain. Everything from modes of dress, to etiquette in gatherings, to how food was eaten, literally how food was served and how food was consumed. These are all innovations or introductions from Eastern culture that Ziryab had brought to Muslim culture. And the Muslims, they actually have a very strong historical memory, and they refer back to al-Mansur as the person who brought Ziryab to America, to Spain. I was just thinking, it's like if you were to say, for example, that some professor at Touro College was the guy who brought Einstein to America, right? That would be a huge claim to fame. Not as big as Einstein's, but nevertheless, being the guy who brought Einstein to America, let's talk a pretty good thing. So this over and over again, this idea of the Jew as someone who cares about the welfare of society as a whole and acts on behalf of the society is something that you see over and over again during these 200 years. At the same time, we have to contrast this with, the only word I can use is mishigas, that Christians were engaging in at this time. The 9th century in particular, when you read these things, it's hard to believe that people actually did this. But apparently, there was this whole wave in the 850s of suicide by martyrdom that Christians engaged in. The only thing I can say that's positive about it is that they didn't take anyone else with them. This was not like, God forbid, a suicide bombing where other people were hurt. This is a case of suicide through martyrdom. Basically, what would they do? Christian zealots, typically monks, often eunuchs, would go to, they would dress up in Muslim clothing. They would go to mosques for the Friday prayers. And just when the Muslims were at the high point of the prayers, they would stand up in the middle of the crowd and they would start reviling Muhammad. And Muslims have a tremendous allergy to this kind of speech. And the crowds would be enraged, and sometimes they would be murdered on the spot. Sometimes they would be dragged away. In one particular case that happened in the Grand Mosque of Granada, if I remember correctly, the two monks who had committed this act had their feet and their hands, and then ultimately their heads removed, and their bodies displayed outside the city gates for some period of time thereafter. But can you imagine what this would be, where you would go to a mosque on a typical Friday, and you expect to just go home and have children and so on. Maybe not children, children will be Saturday morning, but you'd go home and you'd expect to have a regular. But then all of a sudden, there's some crazy guy who gets up and starts saying terrible things about Muhammad and Allah and things like that. This was a really bizarre phenomenon. So contrast the idea of these suicide, I don't know what to say about them, with the loyal and trusted Jewish servants. I mean, the Jews really were leveraging the contrast in a very positive way. You can see how ultimately they would rise to levels of authority. There was, in the 850s, also a fascinating debate, of which we have only one side, a debate between Bodo Elazar and a man named Alvaro. Bodo was a man who was actually very high up in the Gaulish court in what would be today France, and a Christian. And he ultimately forsook his faith, joined the Jewish faith, and migrated to Spain, where he ended up living in a Jewish community, marrying a Jewish wife, and so on. He took the name Elazar. And not only that, he developed the zeal of a convert, and he used his prior experience as a Christian to proselytize other Christians to become Jewish. He ended up engaging in a dialogue with a man named Alvaro, who was a Jew in Spain who had converted to Christianity. And they engaged in this back and forth literary critique of each other's letters, which were published and were circulating. Unfortunately, at some point, a Christian reader edited them, and all we have are Alvaro's responses to Bodo. But in those responses, we can read what Bodo must have argued. So we have this very hot exchange between a former Christian convert to Judaism and a former Jewish convert to Christianity. It was a dramatic thing that was happening also in the 850s. So at the same time, you have Christians getting up in the middle of the mosques and saying these things about Muhammad. You also have this extensive literary debate between two converts that actually was the talk of much of the towns. Okay, so you can get a sense of how Jews are beginning slowly to kind of find their place and find their confidence in this new culture. What about internal Jewish culture on its own, separate from the Muslim development? So one of the most important things to remember about Spain at this time, these 2 centuries between 711 and say 910, is that Spain is still ultimately a periphery, right? Spain's way out over here, and a tremendous amount of distance between it and what is ultimately the heartland of Jewish culture over here in the lower Euphrates and Tigris River region. This is where the academies of the Talmud are located, primarily the great academies of Sura, Pumbedita, Nahar. These are the great places where the Talmud was written, the Talmud was studied, and so on. And so Spain is way out on the outside. If you want to think of a metaphor, I would say something like, let's say, California in the 1850s. There are a few Jews there, but it's a long way between Chinese restaurants, kosher Chinese restaurants. There are probably a lot of Chinese restaurants, but kosher Chinese. So it's like California in the 1850s. There are a few Jews there, but it's certainly not a happening place. New York would be a happening place at the time. So how do Jews move from being this bizarre, once persecuted periphery to becoming actually the leading light of the entire Jewish world only a few centuries later? It's primarily through the Talmud. The Spaniards have, the Sephardim have a rather special relationship with this document. It's quite a large document. As you can see here, it's printed typically in 20 volumes in the standard Vilna printing that's shown here. And it's a complex, difficult document recorded primarily in Aramaic with a heavy amount of Hebrew in the core document called the Mishnah. It requires a tremendous amount of training to be able to read it and so on. The Spaniards did not have a natural affinity for Aramaic because they originally did not speak that as their vernacular. Jews, by the way, overwhelmingly tend to adopt the non-Jewish language as their vernacular, be it English or French or what have you. And so the Jews of Spain, before the Muslims, their vernacular was Latin. It was not the Arabic or the Aramaic that was used in places east. So their attachment to the Talmud was primary, but they had very little knowledge of that. Let us also remember that the way they would have the book would look more like this, would look like a manuscript, incredibly valuable, expensive documents, take forever to copy them, and if they ever hit a word that they didn't understand, they were really stuck. There was no one who could explain to them what these Aramaic words meant. And so they tended to view the Talmud with a tremendous degree of sanctity, perhaps even more than you would have in the East because of its unfamiliarity, its exotic nature. So the relationship with the Talmud was especially important because the primary sources of explanation was in Surah and Pombedita, these two major sites in the Mesopotamian region. And Spain's original relationship with them, especially immediately after the end of the Visigothic period, when they're able to engage more freely in correspondence, is asking questions of the Talmudic experts in Surah and Pombedita. This was something that's known as the responsa literature, or Sheilot and Tshuvot in Hebrew, in which the congregations of Spain would ask questions, written questions, which would be sent first to Kairouan, again in North Africa. I don't want to show you a map right now, but basically in the kind of hump in the middle of the Mediterranean, that would be where they would send the letters, and they would sit there until there was someone traveling from Kairouan to Baghdad, and then down from Baghdad into the Talmudic regions. And then they would wait a year or 2 or 3 years for a response. When the response came, it was an occasion of tremendous celebration. And Ashtor describes with tremendous detail how the entire community would gather and they would sit cross-legged on the floor and they would wait as the letter would be brought in, and it would be held on a special silk pillow, and then the head of the community would take that letter and everyone would be silent as they would open it up, and they would read with tremendous zeal what this letter said. And it could be the answer to a question like, if you shech the chicken and the gallbladder is unusually green, is that chicken still kosher? And for years, they had been wondering, can we eat these chickens or not? And now finally, here was the answer. Or more seriously, it could be something like, this woman's husband went off on a business trip. He said that he'll be back in 60 days, and he hasn't come back yet. Can we declare him dead so that she may remarry? And it could be extremely important issues like that. The chicken's also important, but the Naguna issue is incredibly important and painful. And so these missives coming from Surah and Pombedita would be like occasions for huge celebration. They would typically read it very fast the first time because everybody wants to see what exactly is in the document, and then afterwards they would pore over it for years and years and years. And in return, of course, there will be an economic relationship with Surah and Pombedita, where they would send sums back to the yeshivas for charitable purposes that cemented this long-distance relationship in an economic as well as religious manner. But it was clearly very dependent. The Spaniards did not have, the Sephardim did not have the local talent to be able to read the Talmud properly, to be able to decipher it and interpret it, and so they were heavily dependent on Surah and Pombedita. The kind of questions they asked also tended to be ones that, push comes to shove, they could wait for the answer, like the chicken question. They would typically not be able to ask rulings on civil disputes because they could not wait that long for an answer. If there was a dispute between Reuven and Shimon over, some property damage, they couldn't wait 2 years to decide who had to pay. So they would have to sort of judge based on local standards. So they really needed some local talent to be able to do these things. That local talent appeared for the first time in the person of Natronai Bar Habibai. Natronai was someone who was from the Tigris and Euphrates region, and he was considered the position of exilarch. Exilarch is a fascinating role. That's a translation of the Aramaic term Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. The Arabs, when it goes back even further, the Babylonians would recognize as the titular head of the Jewish communities of the world, hence Reish Galuta, the exilarch. The archos means ruler in Greek, so the ruler of the exile, all the Jews in exile. They would recognize one person as essentially the king of the Jews. He had to be from the Davidic dynasty, and he had to have some level of support among the Jews, but he would be recognized by the non-Jewish government as the official head of the Jewish community. This is something separate from the heads of the academies, the Geonim, and occasionally the exilarchs and the Geonim would have disputes over one thing or another. But basically what happened in this particular story is Habibai was backed by one particular supporter named Malka, who's a man, it's not a woman's name in this case, to become the exilarch. And in fact, he did become the exilarch for a very brief period of time, and then Malka died, and he was usurped from his position, forced to wander. So like Abd al-Rahman that we saw earlier, he made his way across the coast of North Africa, and he ended up in Spain. There in Spain, he met with tremendous welcome, because here was someone who knew the Talmud. And in fact, he wrote down the Talmud for the Sephardim by heart. He wrote down which is an incredible intellectual achievement. He's not the only person who has been associated with this skill, but you can imagine 20 volumes of material. It also speaks to the oral quality of the Talmud at that time. People would quite literally memorize pieces of the Talmud. I will tell you very briefly, I hope many of you may have heard this, but there are certain people, my own Rabbi is one of them, who had this unique ability that you could put a pin on one word on one page of the top of a Talmud, and he would close his eyes, and he would tell you every word that pin would pass through on the way to the bottom of the book. It's what they call an eidetic memory, where he's able to visualize the page. And there are people with this kind of talent. Some of my own study partners would memorize pages and pages and pages of Talmud. I myself, I didn't have the Sitzfleisch or the intellectual ability for it, but at any rate, he came and he gave them the Talmud, and they were so thrilled to have someone local who can actually work with these texts. And his particular involvement was so significant that over the course of a few centuries, ultimately they were able to develop their own students. And one of them, a man named Elazar ben Shmuel of Lucena, made his way back to Sura, to the Babylonian academies from Spain, to be able to study at the masters there. And he was extremely useful to them because he knew much of Latin culture and was able to explain a lot of references in the Talmud, ironically, that the Babylonians did not understand. So by the end of the 8th century, you slowly begin to see, the 9th century, you slowly begin to see the Spaniards developing their own Talmudic studies, initially quite limited, but you see the trajectory is going to be positive. And that's going to come to a culmination next week when we get to Chastai ibn Shaprut. And I'll just give you a quick teaser here. This is an individual who really cemented the advancement of Jewish studies in the Sephardic lands by himself being one of these great scholars, and also by attaining tremendous wealth and power in the government. He supports scholarship to a tremendous degree, brings over many precious Talmudic manuscripts, and he ends up becoming a very important figure in the government, such that he engages in widespread correspondence, the most fascinating of which is his correspondence with King Joseph of the Khazars this amazing community that we'll spend more time talking about next week. But at this point, I want to thank you for your endurance and your patience, and I look forward to speaking next week. I hope you have a Shana Tova U'Mitzuka. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. That was really a lot of fun for people in the research, and I'm especially looking forward to next week when we're going to get into the more traditional structure of our topics with Chastai and I just wanted to offer a small call to action and wish you the best for the new year. The call to action is like this. Last week's lecture got shared so many times, it really got a lot of attention, and it made us feel so great to know that a lot of people were enjoying learning about the history of the Jews in Sfarad, and wow, I just think that's great. In terms of the comments, most of the comments were great and very supportive, and I enjoyed them, and I learned a lot from the comments. I made a few mistakes, pointing them out, and that's always very helpful. So it's always a good idea to scan and maybe find out what I did wrong from the comments. But I just want to kind of lay out there my sort of rules for comments, because I do have some power to delete comments and even to ban users from the channel, which I rarely do in both occasions. I love it when people disagree with me, as long as they do it in a menschlich manner, in a scholarly manner, with the kind of conventions that we expect in the academy, where we can have a free and open debate and exchange of ideas. So, for example, if you feel the need to put on a caps lock, you're probably not commenting nicely. Okay, caps, all caps make you feel like you're yelling, and nobody likes that. And then I got this great one that I decided not to delete because it was just so unusual. But another problem that I don't like comments that are ad hominem, meaning they attack me personally as a human being, or if they attack other people on the site who are commenting on the videos. That's just not nice. Nobody wants that. You can argue about ideas, you can argue about interpretations, but let's not argue about people, about what kind of character a person has. So here's the one that says, Henry, you have the chutzpah to, and he says, a comment that I made. And he says, this is akin to the petty officer on a ship who finally got to pilot the vessel, at night no less, and indulges in a swig or two of gin while cruising the Strait of Malacca. I feel cheapened and used. I have been playing Felix Unger to your Oscar Madison. So I'm really sorry that person feels cheapened and used. I would like to suggest that they watch some videos about kittens and puppies, because that certainly makes me feel better when I'm not feeling good. But just a note to everybody, let's leave some positive comments on the website, or at least substantive comments that are useful for us to talk about. The second really important thing I want to offer here, it's not exactly a call to action, but it's a best wishes for all of you. We're going into the Jewish New Year this week. The traditions offer blessings of good health, happiness, and abundance. And I hope that all of you who enjoy these lectures continue to grow in your knowledge of this period of history, and that you continue in all of the positive aspects of your life, both spiritually and materially. And I'm really grateful that you continue to watch. Have a blessed new year. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we've got a fantastic lecture. I have to tell you, I spent way too much time reading about Hebreo-Hispanic poetry, and I'm so over the top in love with this stuff. Today we will speak a little bit about it in the context of this amazing individual named Chastai ibn Shapruth. Next week we're going to speak even more when we get to Shmuel ibn Agrela, Shmuel HaNagid, but it is an absolutely fantastic topic, and the more I learn about it, the more I feel that we absolutely are totally charged and authorized and demanded to offer a high-quality liberal arts education to our young people, because how could you go through life without encountering poetry of this nature? I made it so far into my 50s, and I'm amazed. Now I see that life is going to be totally different, as we shall see shortly. Anyways, tonight's lecture is on Chastai ibn Shaprut, who in many ways is the foundational figure in the famed Spanish Golden Age. Chastai ibn Shaprut himself was not a great creator of literature or of scholarship, but he set the motion. He set the pieces in motion to allow for this efflorescence of culture that would take over the entire peninsula and, in fact, would inspire Jews for centuries to come. So his role is pivotal in understanding the development of the Golden Age, and I hope to outline for you the various ways in which his activity was so important. So let's start, though, with some of the good and welfare information. We have some cool things for tonight. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by a major in the U.S. Armed Forces, in the Navy, the Air Force. He prefers to remain anonymous, so I'm not going to divulge his name, but he's long been a fan of these lectures, and in particular, he is moved by the fact that my eldest son, Alexander, has decided to become a Chayil Berded, a lone soldier. He's gone to make Aliyah. He lives in Israel now to join the Israel Defense Forces and to do his part for the Jewish people there. So he calls himself in his pseudonym this major in the U.S. Air Force, the Chayil Berded Arkansas, which is where he's stationed right now. Here's a picture of Alexander on one of his lone tours here. He's at Mitzpeh Ramon in the south, and he's God willing, is going to do great things in his life and in the military in particular, protecting the people of Israel. Another cool thing is that as of just about 2 hours ago, all of the lectures of this series are sponsored. Thank God we received the last sponsorship just a few hours ago, so I will not irritate you anymore, and those of you on the internet, asking you to sponsor these lectures and support our students. Now I will just irritate you, asking to give money to the scholarship fund for our students and not connected to any specific lecture, but thank God there's been a really positive response. I want to share with you this chart, which YouTube sent to me the other day. This is the number of likes I received on my most popular lecture in the last 6 months over the first week. And this blue line here is the number of likes for the first lecture in the series, Origins of Sephardic Jewry, which is pretty amazing. The first lecture of the series, I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm making it up as I go along. But thank God there are obviously a lot of people who are enjoying learning about Sephardic Jewish history, and I'm very grateful to be the vehicle for that. One last good and welfare information. This is really important to me personally. On Monday, October 30th, that's in our regular schedule, we're going to interrupt our lectures for a book launch. I'm really happy to announce that my next book is going to be coming out, God willing. It's a really special book. I'm going to present a lecture on the subject, and copies of the book will be available for sale if you want. Proceeds will go, of course, to the scholarship fund. It's about the writings of a rabbi named Kalonimus Thomas Shapira, who lived in the Warsaw Ghetto. In 1943, when he realized that the war was going to mean his death, along with the vast majority of the Jews of Warsaw, he buried his writings in this milk container where they were discovered in the rubble of the ghetto in 1950 and published eventually in Hebrew under the title Eish Kodesh. And that's what he's known as, the Eish Kodesh, for this remarkable series, 86 sermons delivered in the Warsaw Ghetto from September 1939, with annotations right up until January of 1943. My small contribution to the scholarship, which is considerable on Eish Kodesh, my small contribution is I have looked at the micro history of the ghetto, and I've compared what happened in the ghetto that specific week, street by street, to understand what the Rebbe's otherwise veiled and opaque sermons actually meant. And I've found that a very positive response to these, and I hope to share more with you about that later. But that's it for the good and welfare. Monday, October 30th, I hope that you all come. There will be free food, so I hope you'll join us. All right, let's go to our subject proper, though, Chastai ibn Shaprut. In many ways, he conforms to the paradigm that we've seen before of the wise and loyal Jewish servant to the Muslim emir. We've seen that now for 2 weeks that this is sort of a trope that repeats itself. But Chasdai ibn Shaprut is one of the greatest of all of them. He came from a traditional Jewish family living in this region here. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I think it's Jaén, perhaps. Does anyone know Spanish well? I'm guessing. It's not called Pinsk. But I thought that was funny. I'll probably cut that out of the internet maybe. But he comes from a wealthy Jewish family here, and he made his way to Cordoba. His education was fairly traditional. The curriculum was basically a regular yeshiva education, primarily focused on the Bible. As we shall see later on in today's lecture, Bible is of crucial importance to Spanish Jews, perhaps even more than anyone except the Karaites further east. The study of Bible is paramount and has a tremendous influence on the development of Spanish grammarians in particular. Father also took care, father wealthy merchant, to give him a well-rounded secular education, and that meant a lot of languages. He spoke Arabic, Latin, and Romance, which is essentially a popular form of Latin that was used in popular commerce and would later, have an influence on the development of colloquial Spanish. And the ultimate type of profession that Jews went into historically and in many ways today was, of course, medicine. He eventually hung up his shingle as a doctor. We should understand that back then, medicine was really quite different. Anyone could hang up a shingle and just say, I'm a doctor. It was based quite heavily on studying the Greek classics, often in one or another translation. And it was very dietary in nature, very homeopathic in nature. Surgery was a totally different type of function that, in fact, physicians and surgeons often did not get along with each other, and they consider really two different branches of medicine. So he went into medicine, and he essentially practiced a lot of diet recommendations, lifestyle recommendations, things of that nature. And he enjoyed quite a bit of success at the time. In particular, and by the way, there's like an interesting synergy between his classical training in languages and medicine because it allowed him more access to the Latin greats like Galen and so on. In particular, he is associated with the discovery of the secret ingredients in something called teriyaka, which is this medieval potion, actually goes back really to the ancient time, the 1st century, which was this complicated potion that was supposed to be a panacea that would take care of everything from hemorrhoids to acid reflux to you name it. Everything you can imagine, you would take care of it with this teriyaka. Unfortunately, many of the ingredients, which include things like boiled snake skin and bizarre types of herbs and things like that, they were very difficult to find and even sometimes more difficult to identify. But he produced a potion of this nature that had quite a bit of popularity, and as a result, he rose in stature as a physician. And as you would probably anticipate, this happened to many Jewish figures throughout medieval period. He ended up serving the royal household. He was brought in to the court of Abd al-Rahman III, who ruled for quite a long time, from 912 to 951. I have a feeling I got that age wrong. I think it might be 961. But for a very long time, one of the things about having a single ruler for such a long stretch of time is that it tends to mean both very draconian styles of rulership, very brutal and often militaristic and coercive style of rulership, but at the same time generates great stability. You can see that throughout history. You look, for example, at Stalin, very, very long rule. Many people were very unhappy under Stalin's rule, but at the same time, the Soviet Union did have a remarkable degree of stability, even throughout the war years. Slow decline, to be sure, but stability. Roman emperors and so on. So we see this under Abd al-Rahman. Very hard on his enemies, very brutal, crushing Christian rebellions throughout the region, but at the same time, really allowing for a great deal of stability, which is the main element that Jews as a minority really value when they live in a society. The worst enemy, as we mentioned many times, the worst enemy of the Jews is anarchy. That's what really destroys the society and does not allow the Jews to participate actively. He is appointed to the royal court and he ends up doing very well, of course, as we would anticipate. But he didn't leave it right there. He was eventually, because he showed so much intelligence and his sagacity, he was appointed to oversee customs and imports. This was not the prime government position. Typically, Jews who rose to the top of government will become minister of finance, but it was still a very important position in the government. And it also allowed him lots of commerce, literally, with foreigners who were coming to the Iberian Peninsula with various goods and services. So that allowed him even more contact that would eventually morph into a diplomatic career. He eventually would play roles for Abd al-Rahman III in far-flung diplomatic trips, both on his own and also through envoys, who would engage in negotiations, especially with Christian kings out in the Byzantine Empire and also in the European kingdoms as well. Let us recall that this is a period of time where there is slowly escalating conflict between Christians and Muslims, which will come to a tremendous flashpoint at the end of the 11th century with the Crusades. But Jews actually have fairly free passage in all of these kingdoms because they are not viewed primarily as the other, the same way a Muslim would regard a Christian as an enemy or a Christian as a Muslim as an enemy. The Jews were a minority that were non-threatening. And furthermore, Jews had international contacts because there was a scattering of them throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. They could always show up in a town as strangers, go to shul, and expect to make contacts. They had a common language. They had a common cultural system. They were able to get invitations, and it was something that was very useful for Jews. Christians and Muslims could not rely on the same kind of international social network, so it meant that Jews could engage very heavily in diplomatic activity and also in commercial activity. There was an interesting synergy between his medical and his diplomatic work in a couple of cases. In one case, the Byzantine emperor sent as a gift to Abd al-Rahman a first century text called the Materia Medica, a medical text, which was in Greek. And the Spaniards could not read Greek. They had some Latin, and of course they were speaking Arabic. So they needed to pull in a team of translators to work through this textbook. Chasta ibn Shaplut was put on those team of translators, improving his personal knowledge of Greek, which would serve him in good stead for his diplomatic work, but also really expanding his medical knowledge, because a major part of this book was the identification of various herbs and spices and natural vegetation that would be used in various cures. Here you can see a copy of it with blackberry. And if you didn't know the vernacular name for a particular plant in a particular society, you wouldn't be able to read this document very well at all. So he was able to put together with the Greek translators from the Byzantine Empire a version of this that would be very useful in Abd al-Rahman's kingdom. The same thing would happen, by the way, with Maimonides, who composed a similar type of document in Egypt. Another interesting sort of synergy, and it's kind of a bizarre and funny story, but I'll tell you the short version of it. There was a queen of Leon who was known as Queen Toda or Queen Tota. The D's and the T's are sometimes switched in the document. And she was displaced from the throne, and she wanted to reintroduce her grandson, Sancho. In other documents, he is her nephew. But Sancho has a lot of problems making his way to the center of power. Among them, he has very poor health because he's extremely overweight. And Queen Toda is like beside herself trying to figure out how to get Sancho to lose weight. She's tried everything, bright line eating and keto and everything. Nothing works. And so she takes him to, and this was a tremendous diplomatic coup, because here is a Christian queen, who is seeking out a Muslim ruler's help because he has a really good Jewish doctor. And in fact, that's what happens. She brings down Sancho to Cordoba, and Chasta ibn Shaplut treats him, and Hitaka loses a lot of weight. And she, in return, gives 10 fortresses from Leon into the hands of Abd al-Rahman. So this is another kind of personal victory that was an interesting combination of his diplomatic, and his historical talents. Fascinating kind of individual. And that's basically describing his rise to power. He definitely reached some of the heights for Jews at the time, but if this were the end of the story, he would be like dozens, maybe even hundreds of Jews in many of these principalities. The rest of the story is really what makes Chastai ibn Shaput so special. First of all, he took tremendous care to use his position for far-flung Jewish communities who are often under distress, often oppressed by local rulers. We know a lot of this because of the amazing documents that have come out of the Cairo Geniza. I would like to take a brief minute to talk about the Cairo Geniza. For those of you who have been to my lectures before, I apologize for the repetition, but this is like one of the greatest finds in medieval history that we have worldwide. It happens to be a Jewish find, and it is so incredible that it really deserves retelling. So first of all, the basic story, and I won't take too long with this, there's this synagogue called the Ben Ezra Synagogue that is outside of Fostat in Old Egypt. And the Jews who lived in this region had an unusual habit. Anything written in Hebrew characters, which would include, by the way, Arabic, because Jews are writing Arabic in Hebrew characters, or anything with even a throwaway mention or allusion to the name of God, such as the phrase Baruch Hashem, which heads many documents, even secular documents. Religious Jew might put at the top, Baruch Hashem, meaning blessed is God. These documents would be preserved out of fear of transgressing the commandment not to take God's name in vain and not to destroy the name of God. These documents are called Shemos, which means names, as they refer to the name of God. And anything that discusses Torah would be included within this concept of Shemos. So the way that these documents are halakhically handled by Jewish law is they have to be buried. They have to be placed in a Jewish cemetery, and from time to time they're all collected up and put away like that, just as Torah scrolls are and things like that. So in this community, they were very, very strict about this for about 500 years. They did not throw away a scrap of paper that had any reference whatsoever to God on it, even if it was just Baruch Hashem, or if it had Hebrew letters on it. They stowed it away in an attic. You can see the ladder up to the attic here in the Ben Ezra Synagogue. Here's a little reconstruction from the Beit HaTfutzot Museum in Israel of what it must have looked like, where they're handing up, all kinds of little scraps of paper, which could be anything. They could be, we have actually autographed copies of Maimonides. I'll show you one example of it in a second. We have in the Geniza shopping list. Honey, please pick up a few pita and some baba ganoush on the way home. Incredible numbers of contracts and business deals and receipts, and every single little piece of documentation that is associated with daily life is included in the Cairo Geniza for about 500 years, and then it was shut up and it was not touched for close to half a millennium until the 19th century was discovered. So a fascinating story. These two sisters from England, intrepid non-Jewish sisters, came and discovered it, brought a few copies back. Ultimately, they were divided up among 4 universities. Here is Solomon Schechter working with Geniza fragments. You can see they're just all over these tables here. They're little tiny pieces of documents, not necessarily paper, could be vellum, could be papyrus, could be parchment, and they are deteriorated, so they're falling apart, and it's like a massive, incredibly huge jigsaw puzzle trying to put these things back together and figure out what they said. And scholars are still working on that today. Incidentally, there's a great project. I can't remember the name of it right now. You'll have to Google it. But you can help with this project. You can actually go online, you get a free account, and they will ask you, because there's literally hundreds of thousands of fragments, they will ask you, they'll put a thing on the screen, they'll say, is this Hebrew or another language? And you'll click whatever language, if you know it's Hebrew. Is it upside down? And you click yes or no. And is it left to right? You click it. And it's basically crowdsourcing this massive project. And as you run out of knowledge, like I don't know how to read this, it gets passed up to a next level of experts who are able to sort through those documents and eventually find what they are. At any rate, Here is, for example, one of these rare documents found in the Geniza. Right here is the name Moshe Bar Maimon. This is the actual signature of Maimonides himself. It's incredible to imagine they found these things. And here's also a children's alphabet primer that was tossed in the Geniza as well. So from the Geniza, we have an incredible view of the totality of life's experience in Cairo and in the region at the time. What do we find in the Geniza? We find all kinds of documents about Chasdai ibn Shaplut's activity. And don't forget, this is basically located outside of Cairo. He lived in Spain, but we have documents there, people bringing documents from Chasdai ibn Shaplut saying, hey, take this to this particular local noble or this particular prince or king and tell him that, we here in Spain are very unhappy with how he's treating this Jewish community. Or he sends advice to these other Jewish communities, or there are letters that may have been intercepted and left there in Cairo. People are asking Chasdai ibn Shaplut for help. But we know that he was like an incredibly major international player of the 10th century because there are all these documents in the Cairo Geniza attesting to his activity on a micro scale, but over the entire range of Jewish settlement. So this is a person who is, heroic in his indefatigable, that's a good word, he is heroic in his tireless efforts to rescue Jews all over the world. He was like a Moses Montefiore type of person, several hundred years before Montefiore lived. And that's what we see primarily from the Cairo Geniza, and it says a lot about what kind of person he was. Among his great interests on the status of Jewish populations throughout the world was the unusual story of a region called Khazaria. And this is perhaps where he is best known as a diplomat. We're not exactly sure how these diplomatic missions really turned out. As you shall see from the story that I'll describe to you, they sort of end in dead ends, but they are tantalizing in their details. Basically, what is Khazaria? It is this region north of the Caspian Sea over here that apparently converted to Judaism en masse in the 8th century. A phenomenal story, hard to believe, but in fact, we have so many documents from many different societies attesting, without remarking on it in any particular way, that there's this Jewish kingdom called Khazaria. Jewish Khazars come to Kiev, for example, and negotiate with local leaders there. There are Khazars that are passing back and forth throughout the region. Visitors go to Khazaria and describe their experiences there and so on. And it's kind of bizarre because are you telling me there's a whole Jewish kingdom in the Central Asian region? And what happened to them? And how did they get to be Jewish? And how come they just sort of vanish? So there's many, many questions associated with it. I will tell you at the outset that if you're interested, I have a couple of hour-long lectures on Khazaria that you can watch in great detail. Some scholars, including the very noted historian Shaul Stampfer, believes that it didn't happen at all, that all of these various attestations that we have to the Jewish nature of Khazaria are simply legends that were believed by credulous Jews at one time or another. And he argues for a very minimalist approach to the Jewish character of Khazaria. I personally think he's stretching that argument a little too much. He is a much greater historian than I, though, so it's incumbent upon me to at least invoke his name before I disagree with him. On the other hand, there are many scholars who feel that, yes, Khazaria did convert, but it was a very thin conversion that was primarily at the highest levels of society, and it was done primarily for geopolitical reasons. The Khazars were a Turkic tribe who were polytheistic, and in the 8th century they were hard-pressed by the advance of the monotheistic Muslim movement from the south and the already existing Christian movement to their west. And according to this line of thinking, which you'll find many older scholars like Dunlop would purport to believe in, the reason the Khazars converted is because they felt that by adopting Judaism, they could attain some level of independence and would not be swallowed up in the Muslim or in the Christian worlds. The idea was that by maintaining their own faith, they would be able to, establish themselves as distinct. Hopefully, the Christians didn't hate the Jews as much as they hated Muslims. The Muslims didn't hate the Jews as much as they hated Christians, and so on. And they felt that they could attain some level of normalcy. And we also don't know, by the way, what kind of Jewish were they? It may have been only at the top strata of society, but were they Rabbinites or were they Karaites? We'll come back to this idea of who the Karaites a little later, but were they like traditional Talmudic Jews, or were they some kind of sectarian movement that rejected the Talmud? We have very little data about this, but the various encounters that we do record about Khazarians seem to indicate that they were not well educated, which would definitely support the idea that if they converted, it was only at the very highest levels, and it was probably not terribly sincere, and it was certainly not very well entrenched in the broader Jewish movement. But let's take this from the, well, actually, I'll just show you a couple of examples here. So here's some, it's probably, the Khazars are most well known, of course, by a book that was written a couple centuries after Chasdai ibn Shabrut, the Kuzari, which is by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. We'll spend a whole hour speaking about him later. He's a fascinating individual, and actually I have one of his poems to read you. He wrote this brilliant philosophical treatise, and he used the story of the Khazar conversion as the pretext for the plot of the story. The plot of the story, which is based on the legend, is that the Khazar king was sort of troubled about faith, and he sought to have a three-way dialogue, or trialogue, I guess, with the representatives of the world's major religions. And he has this debate, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, and ultimately decides to become Jewish himself and take the entire kingdom with him. For Yehuda Halevi, he used this as an opportunity to discuss the relative merits of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, and we'll explore why he did that and how he did that in a couple of weeks. But for the time being, that's probably the way that the Kuzari is most well known. It is interesting to point out, however, that the people of Rus, Kiev and Rus, who were later the Russian Empire, considered that their foundational empire. Also, the Belarusians and the Ukrainians claim Kiev and Rus as their mother culture. They have a very similar story in their primary chronicle called the Povest Ramenyevdet, in which the King Vladimir, he also has representatives from all the world's great faiths come speak with him, and it includes, by the way, two versions of Christians, both the Roman Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox, and Muslims, and Khazarian Jews, and they have this big kind of four-way debate. And Vladimir ends up choosing Orthodox Christianity. Ironically, he comes very close to becoming Jewish. Can you imagine what history would have been like had he done this? But when he found out that Israel was destroyed and the Jews were exiled, he says, no, that's not for me. He also came not quite as close to Islam, but when he found out that Muslims forbid alcohol, he said, no, not going to happen here. But he ended up choosing Orthodox Christianity. Now, that particular version of the story, again, it's the core legend of the conversion of the Ukrainians, Russians, and Belarusians to Christianity in the year 988, but it's clearly modeled on the Khazarian legend. These are kinds of things that lend some credence to the concept, if you like. But when we look for any more evidence, it's very hard to find. Like, for example, there's this pendant found there which has a very clear Star of David on it, but the problem is the Star of David was not a well-known Jewish symbol at all until several hundred years later. So we read this six-pointed star anachronistically and say, oh, look at that, Jewish. But in fact, it's an unreliable symbol. And in fact, when we look at the various stones found from Sarkel, which is a Khazar region, all of these are pretty typical Turkic kind of icons. Here's the umbrella icon, for example, spiderweb icon. That looks a little bit like a menorah over there, but it's hard to identify anything that is indubitably Jewish in all of these pictures. But at the same time, to close this argument, we do have from the Geniza some amazing documents that really speak to the Khazar kingdom. For example, this letter here, called the Khazar document, because or the Kievan document, excuse me, it's written in Hebrew, and it is essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector, a tzedakah collector, known colloquially as a schnorrer, in Kiev, asking for money for his family, a Khazarian family back home in Kiev. And it is perfectly similar to ones that we have even in the 21st century, talking about his qualities and how deserving he is of charitable support from local Jews. And it's signed by a whole bunch of authorities from the Khazarian Jewish community in Kiev, including this interesting signature, which is blown up at the top, that is written in Turkic runes, not in Hebrew, meaning the leaders of the Jewish community there, some of them were so ignorant in Hebrew that they had to sign their name in runes rather than in Hebrew letters. They could not even put their own name on it. There, it says, by the way, we have read it in runic. So it doesn't say his name, but the literacy level is low. So obviously they must have had a scribe to write this, things like that. Nevertheless, taking this all together, let's go back to Chasdai ibn Shaprut. And when he first heard legends about Khazaria, Chasdai ibn Shaprut was fascinated. We're talking now about the 940s. And he was just, the concept, here he is, a high-ranking minister in a Muslim authority, a Muslim court in Spain, and he's always working hard to help this Jewish community over here in France, and this one in Italy, and this one in North Africa. But wouldn't it be amazing if there was a Jewish community that was all Jews, that was ruled by Jews, that Jews had sovereignty? Would it not mean perhaps that the Messiah was at hand? And so he would always ask travelers and diplomats coming to Spain, hey, especially those coming from Constantinople, have you heard of this country? What do you know about it? Are they really Jewish there? And in fact, he collected a lot of information based on simply being in charge of the imports and the ports. At one point, he eventually wrote a long letter to the Khazars, hoping to get a full response from the leaders of the Khazar nation themselves, and he sent it all the way to Constantinople. Let's look at the map here to understand it. So here he is in the Iberian Peninsula here in the southern part in Cordoba, and Constantinople is right over here at a strait called the Bosporus, which separates the Black Sea from the Mediterranean here. So what he did was he sent this long letter that went throughout North Africa, and this is a very primitive kind of postal system where you have to know people there, and you have to hope that a letter gets to where you're sending it. It might take years to travel along these sea routes, and eventually it got to Constantinople with his messenger Isaac Bar Nathan. He had enough money that he could actually send a messenger all the way up to Constantinople. However, Constantinople at that time under the Byzantine Empire they had very testy relations with the Khazars, and they were very concerned that perhaps this letter might have led to a political alliance between Spain and Khazaria. And so Constantinople would not allow, the Byzantine emperor would not allow Isaac Bar Nathan to make his way to Khazaria, to their capital, which is supposed to be on Itil at the northern part of the Caspian Sea. They sent him back. And so he carried the letter all the way over there and then had to bring it back. Luckily, while he was there, Isaac Bar Nathan did interview many Jews who were travelers and got the whole story in Khazaria from people who had been there. And although he never got the word itself from Khazaria, he was able to at least bring back much more detailed responses to Chasdai ibn Shaprut, who was delighted to hear what he could and fascinated even more. So Chasdai decides he's going to try again. And this time he's going to avoid the maritime route. He's going to go overland. And he sent another set of documents, this time with messengers going throughout Europe. And we don't exactly know what happened with that second mission. A couple hundred years later, an account circulates in Europe of a response from a King Joseph of Khazaria. The only problem is because there's a gap of a couple hundred years, we don't know if that response was a later forgery or whether it was an honest copy of the.
What's going on, man? My robot. I'm a fan of robot. Why are you? Answer your question. It's a game. It is a cool game. Cool. We're listening to history lectures.
What King Joseph replied. His reply is absolutely fantastic. His reply says so much about the detailed life of how the people of Khazariah became Jewish, a story of secret Torah scrolls in a cave, and incredible amounts of detailed information, but could be, complete medieval fabrications. We simply don't know. Nevertheless, it tells you a lot about Chasdai ibn Shaplut's personal nationalistic leanings and his desire to be associated with this kingdom in the Far East. I will also mention at this point that we have very authentic documents of Chasdai's questions to Khazariah, recorded by his personal secretary, that clearly indicate that he has been collecting these legends and bases his questions on what he's heard about the legends, and he's very interested in their national status, in their political power, in their economic reach, a lot of things that could lead ultimately to a much larger involvement of Spain and Spanish Jews in Khazaria, were those documents to have been responded to appropriately. But that's the story of his association with Khazaria. I'd like now to turn to the part of this lecture that just took way too much time to prepare because I was having so much fun, and that was his specific association with scholarship. There are a couple areas where he made central contributions. First of all, as a very wealthy man with many contacts throughout the region, he paid a special care to purchase as many manuscripts of Hebrew documents that he could find. And we have a lot.
This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death between the birth of AI and everything about ancient global history. Essentially, a time capsule for the world.
A lot of documentation in the Guinness that are receipts.
Why? I don't want margin. This is one person's mission to stop war and both peace. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You should know that eventually we're going to get to the point where we want to start space tourism and perhaps terraforming other planets and getting off the world. And before we start focusing on those things, we need peace here at home. So I want global peace, and then hopefully we'll be able to explore the stars. But we talked about some other things on the stream that aren't really discussed, like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about dark energy and dark matter. We talk about life extension technology, things like nootropics, things like perhaps stem cells, human growth hormone, ambrosia therapy, where we use the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We talk about life extension technology, so things, okay, it's just going to happen. I'll repeat it. So we talk about life extension technology, things like nootropics, things like human growth hormone, things like stem cells, and we talk about other kinds of technology like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, cloud seeding, hydroponics. These are all really good ideas that are certainly being utilized on mass scale. I'd like to change that. I'd like to inject these ideas into the discussion of the world, and I think that's important. How did I start? Great question. Yeah, great question. I am a certified project management professional, and I've had some hands on Google Play, and I've also had six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies, so that allowed me to be able to afford to do this. And then after work, I hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, and after the I was doing this, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. I'd never had the opportunity to see what my swing looked like, so I ended up getting some cameras and recording myself from different angles. And I realized that some of the jokes that I was saying while golfing, the shtick was kind of funny. I wanted to perhaps share that with my future family or perhaps other people. So I started uploading all that data every night to the internet. And it just took too long to upload it. So I recognized that, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it better than any person ever. So I'm going to stream it, and I'm going to buy a bunch of different devices. So I bought like 33 different devices, including like 15 cell phones and like 10 different laptops, um, like a bunch of different tablets. And then I essentially created a bunch of accounts and then many other accounts. So I'm the biggest live streamer in the world. I have more multi-streaming going on right now than any person ever. If you're like, all right, like what on what platforms are you streaming? It's so many that I can't keep track. But also just remember have that listed below. Okay, so I live stream 8 different YouTubes. I'm live on 8 different Twitches. On 8 different Rumbles. I'm live on Twitter, TikTok, Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but actually big in South Korea. Instagram. I'm live on a bunch of different Discord. I think I'm live on 12 different Discord. Live on Billy, which is huge in China. Live on live in a bunch of telegrams. So I actually have been sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter One Cent. That's what all this Sonic stuff is. It's worth $300 million. It's worth a lot of money. And um, when I started, it was worth a penny. Um, we're live on Facebook. We're live on Riga Live. We're live on local TV. We're live on Nemo TV. We're live on Nono Live. I have 2 podcasts on Spotify. We're live on D-Live, UNAV, Breakers TV, Provo, Vault, Odyssey, FCT Live, and Arena TV. So just to give you an idea, that's a lot of different platforms on which to be live. So I'm live streaming 24/7, and content is awesome. So each camera that you see is live streaming to all those different. Wonderful question, Ken. She's really good, great questions. Um, Not too much, actually. I don't think it really changed my life at all, except the fact that I have to always make sure that the streams are going. So that takes a lot of patience. But I would literally just be doing, if the cameras weren't on, I would be doing the exact same thing. I'd be watching history lectures, I'd be on Roblox or Fortnite or some other kind of game, making friends, and just being as social as possible. And welcome, Holy Rosie. This is our friend Cheese. He's going to be in another Discord. Riser's our friend. Or they just hopped out. Yeah, very good. Good to see you, Rosie. Hope you're doing well. Yes, we can. How you doing? Good. I appreciate that. That makes my head. Right. Dog, you're going to sleep now? Oh, so your hours are all messed up. That's a big one. Excellent. Look, at least you were able to MacGyver your way and figure it out. So that's good. So you have light when you need it, and you pull the orange string gently, correct? Very cool. Well, gotta say, yeah, you're basically an electrical engineer. Good for you. To tell you guys. Well, I want you to know that I'm glad that, well, I'm glad that you're able to get some sleep. I'm not happy that you're hours or hours of this, but I totally understand that as well. Same shit happens to me. Um, I've been in this world of whoever comes in at whatever time. Um, I did a thing which is I think been beneficial. I just go in people's discords and I turn on my camera and I don't say anything. And little by little, it's attracting attention. And especially recently, because I could go into different discords. So um, previously, I would just fight with people in their discord. Like the perfect example is ISO speed. ISO speed that been used in order to be able to stream an ISO speed's discord, you have to do a bunch of chatting. So I did all the chatting, and then I was able to turn my camera on. So I streamed there for like 2 or 3 weeks. I became the number one streamer in the history of this. People would check my rank and see me moving up. And that pissed off some people because they're like, hey, why is it that he gets to be number one in the stream in the server when he doesn't talk to anyone? And I'm like, look, I do talk to people. My camera's on and I'm chatting with you. Just because I don't turn my microphone doesn't mean that I'm not a real person, I'm not a bot. And they're like, well, you have to turn on your microphone. I'm like, where is that in the rules? And so they kept kicking me out, and I kept appealing, and the moderators were like, well, you have a good point. It's not in the rules. So I say, put it in the rules that you can't VC camp or you're picking on it. And I told them very, very bluntly, if you kick me out of this server, I will make videos about what my experience has been in this server, and I'll put them all over my social media. So they will all know that you're picking on me for some unknown reason. I don't know why, but whenever I go in there, immediately I get kicked out and everybody starts being mean to me. And that's fine if you want to do that. That's great. That's your right. My right to be able to tell the world about it. And the moderators were like, yeah, I mean, we don't think you're doing anything wrong. It's just we get a lot of complaints about you from board people who don't know what to do. So I said, look, especially this one moderator who's been really nice to me, help me a bunch of times. I don't want to get him in trouble, and I don't want to go out and make a bunch of videos and be like, these guys are all assholes except the one moderator, Tootsie. Tootsie's really nice. Like, I don't want to put him up blast like that. So I just basically was like, look, um, don't ban me from your fucking server, or I'll let everybody know about it. So what they did was they muted me from like all their channels except one. And when I go on that channel, so there's literally space for one other person, and whenever I go in there, the person goes in there and just screams the whole time. Like they just have some kind of like thing they're playing of just literally the loudest screaming that they can find. And I didn't even recognize it. This happened last night, but I heard this like very faint scream that was just constant. It was like I'm trying to hear which one it is. I finally figure it out. I think it's kind of fun. But instead of me having like a huge fight with a fucking moderation that literally takes up my whole fucking day, I just recognize that, look, I'm gonna go to the biggest streams that there are. I'll just like Google it. And I had done that previously, but and I'll just go in there, whatever the biggest ones are, and I'm gonna go in their first DC, and I'm just gonna put a fucking bot, put my top in there, just sit, and then like that's what gets people interested. They're like, what person do you really click on Discord, they come in and talk. And then I got this amazing fucking tactic. This is the best tactic. Advisor of any engagement tactic that I've ever seen. This is the best thing I've ever had. Better than the kickbox, better than anything. What I do is I'm in like a bunch of different big servers, and I go into their general chat, and I just say really positive things, like overly positive. So like sending positive vibes to the community. Just know that you're loved. Do I need it? Yeah, I appreciate being there. I appreciate the humans that are there. And that gets a lot of positive things back to me. And I go through it. If I put it in 50 different chats, there are like 300 people who respond to that in every, like, if it's in 50 different chats, maybe 6 people in each chat will respond to it. And they'll either respond, much love back to you, or we love you, or something like that. Or they'll be like, fuck you, sending negative vibes, or whatever, but it's engaging. So they know who. And when I do this, it's kind of fun to me. Like if I'm ever bored, I can just go through the Discord chats and just type sending positive vibes. And then I look at my notifications and it's like boom, 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 boom. And I can take 2 hours and just go through there and converse with people. And they're like generally pretty cool. And they come in here and they talk and but the one thing that I was gonna do that's night, I've been thinking about this is I think it'd be good this rap on some at least this one this word server that it really like very positive. Maya's Playhouse is what it's called. It has 200,000 people in it. And I think they might be positive too. So I just start doing that a little bit. Just like actually interact with people and show them that I'm a good person. I got that great one. That's a good positive thing. What else is going on? I got these bots that I don't want to say given up on them. They still work, but it's like wow, just everybody already knows who I am. And then Ori, who I did that interview with like 2 weeks ago, he asked me last night to hop on a call, but I was fucking quite a few different things. And usually, like, I mean, I could just spit as much as I want, but I wanted to be able to. And so I messaged the cat just that I would put some projects, like, give me a little bit of foresight and so that's trying to think of anything else. What else? Oh, I know what it is. Exactly. Exactly. So exactly. Exactly. Whenever I see people who are like on Facebook or whatever, and they're like sending positive vibes, and it's like this. Whenever I see that, I just think that two people have high vibe and like, finally, this motherfucker is dead. Get how it's two hands. I get how it's two hands, but it also looks like high five. I guess if you want to make a high five, you make like lines around it, so it looks like it made a sound. But it literally looks like two fucking hands high five. I exactly. Um, yeah. The I could. There's a more bitch. Yeah, definitely. The old kind of perfect wrong whenever people wrong will. And I feel badly for that woman. I mean, she's obviously in mourning and she's finding some kind of solace in the online community, but it's boring as shit for you. I get that. Don't you think we should do the prayer motion? Right? Maybe she suspicion of us high five. Well, shout out to maybe no, under suspicion of the death of her husband because of all the high five emojis. The police are going to come to her house someday and say, "Man, we've been seeing all of these online posts. Why do you high five so much?" 100%. That's what I think. That's what I think. This woman obviously had some giant plot to take out her spouse, and we discovered it. There's this really, there's this really strange part of the United States. It's like it's this area where no law exists. Just remember, it's like what do you? No, that's the last free place in America. That's Flag City. I've been there. No, that's different. Um, no, there's a section. It's the last. That's known as the last free place in America. It's in Flag City. It's like by India. It's like maybe 3 hours from nearby. Yeah, it's way out in the desert, and I've been there. I spent the night there, and I went to see it overnight. I'd seen a documentary on it, and I drove way out in the middle of the desert. I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere. And when you look at the sky, especially with all the light pollution from like LA, it's just all the stars are so bright, right? And it's literally just like a place you can go in an RV or a car or something, or even just a bike, and just pull up next to someone and start living your life. And a lot of stuff is run off solar power. I'd seen a documentary on it. It's called Slab City, the last free place in America. And I was fascinated by it, where you just go out there, there's like nobody's going to pick on you or anything. And they were like, so I went there and I met the people. They're pretty normal, but they don't like outsiders because a lot of outsiders hate from them and they don't have a lot to give. But yeah, when I went there, I didn't have a place to stay. It was in the middle of when I was there, so I didn't have a lot of people. They weren't like everybody was asleep, but I did meet someone who was. The reason why it's popular there is because there's hot springs that you can go in. That's like a natural hot spring where the water is um, like a jacuzzi. And I met a guy who was like on his bicycle on the way back there. He and I chilled, and I wanted to sleep under the tree. I thought that would be cool, and I found a spot and just put down like a blanket and slept on the ground underneath. I tried to sleep under the moon, and the moon was so bright that I could sleep if you like keeping me up. And so that's, I was only there one night. But no, that's not the place we're from. This is a no. If you did that, the state of California would come and bust your ass. No, this is known as the Wyoming Yellowstone jurisdiction. Wyoming has exclusive jurisdiction over Bush Yellowstone National Park, which spans Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho. However, there's a 50-mile area within the park known as Zone of Death, where the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction due to a unique legal loophole. Zone of death. This area, located in Idaho, overlaps with Wyoming jurisdiction, but its boundaries do not align with the county or judicial district in Idaho or Wyoming. As a result, it would be possible to assemble a jury from residents. As a result, it would be impossible to assemble a jury from residents of the same county or jurisdiction to prosecute crimes committed within this area. According to law professor Brian Taylor, this loophole makes it theoretically possible to commit murder or any other crime within the zone of death without being prosecuted. Federal jurisdiction. The United States District Court for the District of Wyoming has jurisdiction over all offenses committed within Yellowstone National Park, including the zone of death. This means that any crimes committed within the park, including the zone of death, would be prosecuted in federal court rather than in state court. Wyoming has, this is a key point, Wyoming has exclusive jurisdiction over most of Yellowstone National Park. The zone of death, a 50 square mile area in Idaho, has federal jurisdiction due to a loophole. The federal government has exclusive jurisdiction over the zone of death, making it impossible to prosecute crimes committed there using state laws or juries. The United States District Court for the District of Wyoming has jurisdiction over all offenses committed within Yellowstone National Park, including the zone of death. So, while the concept of the zone of death is intriguing, it is essential to recognize that this loophole has not led to any reported instances of unpunished crimes. But it's okay. So there's that area, which do I think if you killed somebody there, you can get away with it? Yeah, I really do. There's no one out there, and Wyoming's already. Not that. That's a little different. It is not necessarily legal, but if you killed someone there, there's no jury that you could assemble to prosecute or to hear your case. So no trial could take place. No, no. It's part of states. It's part of Wyoming, Montana, it's part of Idaho. But essentially, the way that it works is Wyoming has exclusive jurisdiction over most of Yellowstone National Park. However, there's a 50-mile square depth, 50-mile area within the park known as the Zone of Death, where federal government has exclusive jurisdiction due to a unique legal loophole. So basically, normally, if you killed someone, the state of Wyoming would take over. However, there's this little section, 50-mile square section, that is federal law. And I don't believe murder is against the law federally. It's not a federal crime. It's not. It's a state crime, yeah. It can be. No. It can't be. No, I'm not saying that. It can be. As I said, it can be. But it's generally a state crime. According to the Surgeon General, murder is typically a state crime prosecuted in state courts. So it can be. No, it's not that at all. You can murder people there. If you do, there's no one to hear there's no jury that would hear the case. And because murder is not a federal crime, unless it's really, really specific, like you cross state lines, you killed a federal official, it was a murder on federal property. Now, hold on, including military bases, national parks, or federal buildings fall under federal jurisdiction. So let's see, in terrorism people. So let's take a look at this. the answer is this. I mean, it's 50 square miles in the most rural land in the contiguous United States. It's literally like, I would say, the furthest you can get from population. So what's the answer? You're not supposed to murder. If you killed someone here, I think personally, because it happened on federal land, that you could be prosecuted perhaps murder federally. However, there is no jury. The issue, as I understand, is that there's no jury that, since there aren't any people there, or very few, there's no jury to hear the case, basically. What would probably happen if you were a powerful person, you go out there, you kill someone, nothing's gonna happen to you. If you're not a powerful person, they're gonna say that since this happened in the zone of death, um, that's federal land, and they would probably take it to the next largest city possible. But it's a loophole. I'm not saying it's a loophole. Legal scholars say it's a loophole. Okay, there's another. So what's the issue? The area located in Ohio overlaps Wyoming's jurisdiction, but its boundaries do not align with any county or jurisdictional district in Idaho or Wyoming. As a result, it would be impossible to assemble a jury for residents of the same county or jurisdiction to prosecute crimes committed within this area. According to law professor Brian Cleese, this loophole makes it legal to prosecute murder or any other crime within the zone of death without being prosecuted. Federal jurisdiction. United States District Court for the District of Wyoming has jurisdiction over all offenses committed within the Yellowstone Park, including the zone of death. This means that any crimes committed within the park, including the zone of death, would be prosecuted in federal court rather than state court. Okay, so let's say you don't commit murder, because I think arguably murder would be something that they could say is a federal crime. So let's say you exactly, but a state. Then you could probably escape it. There's another point that you brought up. Oh, yeah, if you really want to kill someone in the United States, no, if you do it in the hospital, that's a big one because the hospital doesn't want to get sued. Basically, it's it's if let's say you did like someone and went to the hospital and killed them there and then left, it's very hard to prove that you killed them there, and then additionally, the hospital's gonna get sued by a whole bunch of people, and the reputation's gonna go down the shitter because nobody wants to be in a hospital where somebody got killed. So it's kind of like the perfect place to start. And then another place, and I've had a police officer come another place, I've heard about this. I don't know too much about it, but there are indigenous lands in particularly like from areas of the United States where like that's where you get into the whole international water. It's not that. It's basically there's no federal jurisdiction on native land. So there are cases that happen where you have one, let's just say one indigenous person kills another indigenous person. Who prosecutes that if it happened on indigenous land? Well, usually there's like an indigenous tribe court that prosecutes all that shit. But if you're good with that court, they may never prosecute you, and the federal government or the state government have any control of it. So when does this arise? I don't know all of the cases, but I know one in particular happened in Oklahoma. And Oklahoma, basically, somebody was a member of. Before I screw this up, because I only heard like a snippet of it, let me just find out the truth. What is the case in Oklahoma where someone committed murder and it happened and they were part of an indigenous tribe? tribe, the indigenous tribe is no longer active. Now, it was a podcast, it was like a true crime podcast. I didn't listen to it. Um, I heard it. Oh, okay. They, yeah, here it is. The land podcast murder. Supreme Court decision. Yeah, here. Wait, is this Canada? CBC radio? Yeah, it's a true crime. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is it. This is a new podcast by Crooked Media that exposes the Supreme Court that can be big changes to the church nation. Patrick Murphy murdered George Jacobs on the side of his dirt road in Henrietta, Oklahoma, in 1999. The state sentenced Murphy to death, but Murphy argued that he should be tried by the state because the murder took place on the land of the Muscogee Creek Nation. Murphy, a member of the Muscogee Creek Nation, was convicted nearly 2 decades ago by his appeal to the Supreme Court is now the center of the heated debate. What is at stake is whether a large swath of Oklahoma, 19 million acres, to be exact, is in fact indigenous land. The case is also the center of the podcast about the land, hosted by Cherokee journalist Rabbi. There was a surprise move to something not a lot of people talk about. The central question of this case is: did the human government ever abolish the people of the reservation of Muscogee Creek Nation of Iowa? The outcomes of the case could bring big changes for not only Muscogee Creek Nation but also Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and some more nations. The land that is in dispute is about half of the state of Oklahoma, 19 million acres. Last year, Campbell wrote an opinion piece about the Supreme Court case and its potential impact for the Cherokee Nation and was encouraged by Crooked Media to turn it into a podcast. I think outside of Oklahoma, not say it's Indian country, Native Americans and Native media, not a lot of people were talking about this case. Through the podcast, we've really been able to introduce people of what's at stake in the history of our document. For Nasal, this case is personally very important. Her ancestors signed the Treaty of New Mexico, which resulted in the relocation of the University of Oklahoma. It's a controversial treaty in Cherokee's history at the time that ancestors were considered traitors. They were actually assassinated for their decision to do the. My belief is that they were trying to do the best they could to preserve the future of the Cherokee Nation and preserve Cherokee's sovereignty. For the first time in over a century, the land that my ancestors died for could be acknowledged for what it is. They could be acknowledged as Cherokee. It surprised me. In June 2019, the Supreme Court decided to pass a this was a big decision. It was a surprise move. It was something that not a lot of people saw coming. So because of the way the Supreme Court is an opaque institution, they don't share their reasons why it was fine. They'll just have to wait until the comments make announced about this land of self-production. Fortunately, the culture and right country which protecting American from the state of government. Features covered include the lots of cultural language and child welfare system, how the whole churches are identified with important children. Indigenous voices, native stories are fractionally 1% of media stories are coming from there. We'll have to find that every step of the way is getting more educated about what we have to do to transform. If we're going to get an accurate story, we will take it to indigenous voices and hope that we're just advertising and the beginning of the digital podcast and that of the indigenous voices in that conference. So what does this mean? That half the state of Oklahoma might not be a state, it might be private land. Do I think in the future that'll be the case? Yes. I think that we're seeing an active destruction of the United States of America. I think California will secede eventually, even though that's against the Supreme Court, against the Constitution, obviously. What are you going to do? I mean, every revolt or rebellion in history that's ever taken place basically for fucking to the rules and just quit it. I can see California doing that. I can see New York doing that. I can see Texas doing that. Basically, people are not happy with the American thing. And there's a lot of state pride that takes place as well. It's the art of the country, I'm sorry, all of these states are mentioned, particularly California, New York, and Texas. But also Oklahoma. Oklahoma is its own kind of deal because of the indigenous land. I don't think Oklahoma will become its own country, but half of it will. Half of it is going to be is already considered like indigenous land by the Supreme Court. So with that said, I can see that. Peace out, Hunter. You take care, Roger. Peace. Peace, man. Take care, buddy. Dr. Riser, everybody. Peace out. Going to death, baby. Have you seen how Antarctica? Have you seen how Antarctica is arranged? It's like a big pie with like a big pizza, and little big countries get their own little slits of it. Let's ask that question. Who prosecutes a murder in Antarctica? Crime in Antarctica, based on the progress theory of international law. The Antarctic Treaty signed by 15 1959 establishes Antarctica as a national reserve devoted to peace and science. The treaty does not address criminal jurisdiction, leaving it to individual countries to regulate crime committed by their national or against their citizens in national jurisdiction. Each country operating research stations in Antarctica, that's 29 countries, has jurisdiction over crimes committed by its national or against its citizens. For example, the United States prosecutes crimes committed by U.S. citizens at U.S.-owned research facilities, such as McMurdo Station and U.S. federal court. Russia prosecutes crimes committed by Russian citizens at Russian research stations. New Zealand, Australia, and other countries' research stations similarly recognize jurisdiction. So there's no permanent population, only temporary residents at various research stations. That means there's no single unified criminal justice system or authority to prosecute crimes across the continent. Investigations of crimes in Antarctica are conducted by the authorities of the country's nationals are involved with assistance from local, station, and personnel with necessary international cooperation. Prosecution occurs in the courts of the relevant countries without any notable exceptions. There have been instances where international cooperation has been necessary, such as FBI agents investigate a fight at McMurdo Station in 1996. However, these cases are rare, and most crimes in Antarctica are prosecuted in international jurisdiction. In summary, the prosecution of murder in Antarctica depends on the nationality of the perpetrator and victim, with each country exercising jurisdiction over crimes committed by its national or against its citizens. There is no unified international criminal justice system in America. So this begs a follow-up question. Just one moment. What do you do if you go there and commit a crime against someone, but you're from a country that doesn't have any connection to Antarctica? Like if you come from Nigeria, has no connection to Antarctica. Under whose laws are you going to be prosecuted? Because Nigeria doesn't have a claim to Antarctica. So the answer, I think, is we don't have a set protocol, but we're going to find out. How would a crime be prosecuted, perhaps in Antarctica, if the crime were committed by someone who is not connected to the 59 countries that are associated with Antarctica from a science perspective, period? For instance, what if someone from a country that association to Antarctica, went to Antarctica and committed murder against another person who had no connection to Antarctica. Under whose law would they be prosecuted? Now that's a good question. Okay. Prosecuting a crime in Antarctica such as murder can be complexities in unique legal status and of the continent. The Antarctic Treaty System established in 1969 governs international relations and activities in Antarctica primarily for scientific research and environmental protection. Here's how such a situation might be approached. Jurisdiction. Generally, jurisdiction would depend on the nationality of the individuals involved in the crime. Since Antarctica does not belong to any one country, the nationality of the perpetrator convicted is critical. If both individuals are from countries that are signatories to the Antarctic Treaty, those countries might act as jurisdiction. But what if not? Applicable law. If a person from a non-signatory country commits a crime against a non-signatory Antarctica, that's what we're talking about. This situation becomes more complicated. That's what we're saying. Typically, international law may come into play, but there's no clear enforcement mechanism. The country of the perpetrator might seek to prosecute under their own laws, while the country of the victim might also assert cooperation among nations. In practice, countries may cooperate in the justice crimes committed as they have vested interest in maintaining crime. There may also be provisions in bilateral agreements or the Antarctic Treaty itself that facilitate legal proceedings. Potential for international courts. In extreme cases, the incident could be taken to the international tribunal, but this would be dependent on the willingness of the involved countries to cooperate in the specific subject. In summary, while there's no straightforward legal framework for prosecuting crimes in Antarctica, the nationality of those involved, combined with international cooperation, would largely dictate how justice is done. So, while we don't have a case that happened, you have two people who are non-signatories. Let's say, I don't know what all the signatories are, but let's say like Ghana and Nigeria, you would prosecute them under whatever law perhaps Nigeria would have, or perhaps Ghana. Right, it's a good question. Would you prosecute under Nigerian law or Ghana law? And it seems like a lot of things could happen. Let's say it happened in one of these stations, one of the science stations. It seems like Russia or the United States, or whoever has the jurisdiction over that, could prosecute you there. But if you weren't associated at all with any of those places, like literally, you and a friend, guy from Ghana, guy from Nigeria, get on a boat, get to Antarctica. The guy from Nigeria kills the guy from Ghana, assuming that Ghana and Nigeria haven't signed the Antarctic Treaty. I know some of the countries, but I don't know them all, so I'm assuming they haven't. But that's an assumption. Okay, so if that happens, what would happen? There are a bunch of things. It could be prosecuted under Nigerian law. It could be prosecuted under Ghanaian law. It could be an international tribunal, or it could be, depending on where it happened, the country with jurisdiction to prosecute. But it doesn't seem like it's like you would get prosecuted somewhere. That's okay. We can talk about Antarctic murder mysteries whenever you want. Sweet dreams, my friend. Take care. Shout out to Riser, everybody. It's super interesting. Did you know that the North Pole isn't that Denmark? Oh no. The United Donald Trump said something about it. Just a moment. What did Donald Trump say about taking over Greenland? In 2019, Donald Trump expressed interest in purchasing Greenland. which is an autonomous territory of Denmark. He described it as strategically important area, as a strategically important area, and mentioned it would be beneficial to the US. However, his proposal was met with widespread criticism and ridicule, both from Danish officials and the international community. Denmark's prime minister stated that Greenland was not for sale, emphasizing its status as part of Denmark. The idea of buying Greenland highlighted Trump's unorthodox approach to foreign policy reforms. I think it's okay. They used to do that. Hey, we want to buy this piece of land. Can you make it? What's the price? I don't think that's crazy, but I understand the modern age. But yeah, that's the United States of the I would say about Alaska within the last 200 years, there wasn't any of that. It's been pretty peaceful. The reason why it's been pretty peaceful, a major part of this is that no one lives there. There's very few people live there. Same with Greenland. I can tell you this. I know more about Greenland than most people, particularly because I listen to a lot of explorers podcasts and the different routes across Greenland. Greenland's not that big. It looks way, way, way bigger on a map because of the ocean. What is the illusion of a map? It's the Mercator map. Yeah, right. So the Mercator map distorts things that are closer to the poles. So Greenland looks really big, but in reality, it is an island, but it's not that big. Um, correct, but it is still very big. Nineveh is like one of the biggest islands, or not island, but like it has some of the most amount of time. Let's. What are the world's largest islands? Give me a list of the top 50. So it depends on how you define it. Greenland is considered the biggest island, but Australia could be the biggest island too. So Greenland's number one, Guinness two, Borneo's three, Madagascar's four, Baffin Island five, Sumatra, Pachi, Great Britain, Victoria Island. Okay, so what about New Zealand? Um, right Nineveh, hilarious. No, just what? What about Nineveh and its comparison to the largest islands? Nineveh in Canada. Okay, it's part of the Pixelhook region of Nineveh. Oh, okay. Why isn't Nineveh considered an island by itself? Okay, here we go. Nineveh is not considered an island because it's a vast territory in Canada that encompasses a large land area, including several islands and parts of the land. It is the largest and northernmost territory in Canada, covering 2 million square kilometers. While it includes many islands such as Baffin Island, Victoria Island, Ellesmere Island, Nineveh itself is a territory that consists of both land and islands, making it a significant geographic region. So we have to find what is the size of the largest island in Canada. Baffin Island is number one, Victoria Island is two, Ellesmere Island is three, Newfoundland four, Ruthie, Banks Island five, Prince Edward Island six, Saskatchewan Island 7, Anticosti Island 8, Vancouver Island 9, Cape Breton Island 10. I learned something interesting about Vancouver Island. There are more people living in Vancouver Island, even um, seasonally, than are on all of the state of Alaska. So you need to get some sleep. We're doing everything that we can about the Northern Pole. One last thing before you go. This is just something that I think is really interesting. Do you know that the North Pole is not over land? Yeah. So basically, it's over water, and then it's like broken ice all above it. So depending on the time of the year, it can be just a solid sheet of ice, or it can be all broken up and stuff. So it's actually very, very difficult to get. Right. Well, sometimes, but then that ice breaks up, and then it can be open ocean too. That's, I know what you're saying. What you're saying makes sense. I get what you're saying. Like, wouldn't it always be frozen up there and always frozen on the bottom of that? Is the North Pole always frozen, or does it ever melt and become open ocean? The North Pole is covered by sea ice and very thick during the summer months. Some of the lead the areas of water, so it does mean that. It has seasonal melting, but what I don't want you to think is that it's always frozen up there 100% of the time, and it's been like that for thousands of years. No, it melts and freezes all the time, and sometimes it's open ocean up there, just depending on the time of the year. Right. But I mean, truthfully, didn't he say like 2006? I mean, just look at what he absolutely look at what he said. Um, just really quick. These are some of my favorite parts. I know you gotta go. In Al Gore's documentary, An Inconvenient Truth, what are some timelines that he gave at the documentary? Okay, so here's what it says: sea level rise. Gore projected that sea levels could rise significantly by 2010. That didn't happen. Arctic ice melt. Gore indicated that the Arctic could see significant ice loss. That didn't happen. Hurricane intensity. Northern climate change to increase hurricane intensity. That didn't happen. While there have been storms, the connection with climate change in the area on the temperature predictions. Gore suggested that temperatures would rise sharply within 10 days. No, all that, none of that, none of that came true. Good night, my friend. Actually, actually, let me just. Yeah, I mean, you could just definitely. But just to slightly alter something that you said, Al Gore was a senator in the state of Tennessee. He then became vice president under Bill Clinton. He lost, which I'm sure you remember, the very contentious. Okay, he lost the very contentious 2020 or 2000 election, particularly in Florida. After that, he never ran again. So don't think that Al Gore promoted environmentalism to win an election. That's not what he did. He lost the election and then went into environmental. Have a good night, my man. Peace, bro. Shout out to Roger, everybody.
For things that Chasdai ibn Shaprut wanted to buy, manuscripts he hoped to collect, and things like that, they eventually made their way to Spain. And recall that Spain is emerging from its peripheral status at the far west of the known world, and so he's trying to seed it with the essential texts of scholarship. He also, besides pulling in documents to Spain, he sent a lot of funds to the central communities in the Mesopotamian region, in particular Sura and Pombedita, the great yeshivas, and they were heavily dependent on Spanish funds at this point. It shows you how the economic relationship had changed so dramatically in just a few hundred years that the Visigothic era, when the Spanish Jews, the Sephardim, were really in the far outreaches of society and had very little to contribute and were rather helpless. And now it is 400 or 500 years later, and the Chasdai ibn Shaprut is one of the main contributors to these central institutions. In fact, they're staying alive primarily because of Chasdai ibn Shaprut's contributions. But he also sponsored scholarship close to home, the most important scholar of which was a man named Rabbi Moshe ben Chanoch, who was a rabbi from southern Italy, whose ship was captured by pirates. He's often referred to in the legend of the 4 shipwrecked rabbis, because there were 3 other rabbis on the boat with him, and they ended up being dispersed throughout the Mediterranean. What ended up happening, they were captured by pirates, and the pirates demanded ransom from them. This was, by the way, a very common thing throughout the medieval period, in some places really up until the 17th and 18th century, where Jews would be taken captive, and the surrounding Jewish communities, wherever they would surface, would be duty-bound by Jewish law to redeem them. It's a very big mitzvah called Pidyon Shvuyim, a very, very large commandment called the redemption of captives. And in fact, the Talmud says that you can sell a synagogue to redeem captives. It's like a very, very high priority to take a Jew out of slavery. When Chasdai ibn Shaprut heard that there was this distinguished individual, his son as well, who were taken into captivity, he immediately expended great effort to redeem him. And then when he heard of what a scholar he was, that this was a very educated Talmudist, far beyond Chasdai ibn Shaprut's own abilities, he immediately installed him in Cordoba, where the local head rabbi immediately gave up his seat in favor of Moshe ben Chanoch, and Moshe ben Chanoch ended up becoming the primary teacher of the Jews of Cordoba and really establishing it as a major Jewish center of learning afterwards. So these are, in many ways, he was responsible for that initial seed of Jewish learning in Cordoba in the 10th century. But here's my favorite part now. Without a doubt, the most heated scholarly debate that went on in the 10th century and continued to some degree for a couple centuries afterwards was the debate between Menachem ben Saruk and Dunash ben Labrat. These are 2 Hebrew grammarians who had close association with Chasdai ibn Shaprut, even though for one of them it would end in disaster. Menachem ben Saruk came to Cordoba at the invitation of Chasdai ibn Shaprut to become his personal secretary. He composed a lot of his letters, including the famous letter to the Chazars. We know that it was Menachem ben Saruk because it's very common custom that the first letters in a Hebrew missive would form an acrostic of the name of the author. So some of them say Chasdai ibn Shaprut, Menachem ben Saruk immediately afterwards, his own, and it was a huge, almost poetic kind of letter. He was a scholar who spent most of his energy focused on the Hebrew language. And one of the features of Hebrew that he pioneered was the idea of a common shoresh or root to Hebrew words. The vast majority of Hebrew words have a 3-letter root, a trilateral root. And these 3 letters can be combined with infixes, prefixes, and suffixes to inflect the verb and put it into various tenses, numbers, and various levels of, well, I'm not sure what the right word in English is, but they can change the word, the three-letter root, to mean all kinds of different things that are somehow related to the core meaning of that word. So Menachem ben Saruk, he opined that there was as few as one letter in these roots and as many as 5, even though the vast majority of them are 3. And he began to create a grammar around his basic analysis of the Hebrew roots. We should recall this is incredibly important. I mean, we should recall that Hebrew had ceased to be a living language now for about 800 years. It was a language only of scholarship, and there are all kinds of phrases in the Bible whose meaning was simply lost. In particular, the so-called hapax legomenon, words that occur only once in the Bible. So when you have a word like that, and you're not sure what it means, you have nowhere else to compare it. You have no passage to say, oh, it means this over here, it means that over there. It must mean they're related to each other. So Menachem ben Saruk devoted tremendous energy trying to figure out each one of these words' meanings based on the roots and so on, and he achieved really quite a bit of success. He also was a poet of some note, but in the traditional Hebrew poetic style that we will explore shortly. His younger rival was a man named Dunash ben Labrat, who was a vicious opponent of Menachem ben Saruk. And he ridiculed him openly and with a very biting poetic style, such that a huge controversy swirled between the two of them over, literally, how many letters form the root of a given Hebrew word. And Dunash ibn Labrat actually wrote a book detailing 80 mistakes in one of Menachem ben Saruk's first works, with the intent of dragging his name through the mud. It was a really bitter, scholarly, personal animus between these two great grammarians that went on literally for decades. Perhaps the hottest part of it, though, was not about grammar, although I've given you kind of an overview of that, but it was about poetry. And it's amazing to me that people felt so passionate about poetry that they would devote their lives to attacking their poetic enemies and defending their poetic heroes. Let me just give you a little taste of some of the debate. We'll return to this again next week because it was a major part in the life of Hispano-Jewish society. Let us recall that the Sfaradim loved poetry to a degree that we find difficult to imagine. They would have gatherings that were devoted exclusively to the recital of new poems. They had poems of tremendous depth. They would have poetry slams, what we have today. We have challenge poems where they would all get together and agree that they're going to write a poem on a particular theme, and then they would see who can propose on the spot the greatest poem. Letters were exchanged in poetry. Poems were purchased. Poems were commissioned. It was a huge industry that, the only thing we have to compare to it today is maybe Hollywood movies. The way in which people are fascinated with movies and movie stars, that's how the Sephardim were about poetry. They loved poetry with a tremendous depth. And the greatest controversy in poetry in the 10th century was between Menachem ben Saruk and Dunash ben Labrat over whether or not to adopt Arabic meter. Wow. Now, let me try and just back this up a little bit. I'll give you a couple of examples to it. Hebrew poetry, classical Hebrew poetry, as ultimately expressed in Menachem ben Saruk's writings, was fairly primitive when compared to Arabic poetry. In Hebrew poetry, only stressed syllables are counted for the meter, so they're fairly stable. And the rhyming system tends to be very simplistic. It's called a monorhyme, if there is a rhyme at all. Quite often it's just prose poetry, but a monorhyme is pretty much the only traditional form of rhyme. Let me give you an example of that. And I'm going to take you a little bit out into secular culture, I hope you don't mind. Here's a song by Bruno Mars, who's a contemporary Sephardic poetry. No, not Sephardic. He is Spanish, but not Sephardic. And the lyrics go, I'd catch a grenade for ya. For ya means like for you. Throw my head on a blade for ya. I jump in front of a train for ya. You know I'd do anything for ya. Right? Like all of these lines have this same ending for ya. If it was only for ya, it would not be a rhyme because anyone can stick the same word to the end of a sentence. But the syllable immediately preceding it all rhymes. So you have to stretch a little bit. Thing, train, blade, Nate, right? But that's the idea of it. Now, this is a part this is a bonus for you. We're going to actually listen to Bruno Mars sing it so you can hear the meter. In the internet version, because of copyright rules, I can't just put his video on my video. Like, I often take Stephen King books, put my name on it and my address on it. No, I can't do that. So I'll put the link in the YouTube though. So here's Bruno Mars singing Grenade. You get the sense it's a fairly common rhyme. It can be extremely beautiful. I'm going to read you another example. This is from Yehuda Halevi, one of the greatest poets of all time, certainly of the Jewish world. And this is an extremely powerful poem called On the Death of a Daughter. They didn't actually have titles of the poetry in the Andalusian period. They used the first line as the title. And so this is kind of the translation, by the way, brilliant translation by Hillel Halkin, who also wrote a great biography on Yehuda Halevi. And here you can see at the end of each line, by the way, I should also tell you that this poem, typically poems like dirges like this were commissioned. In fact, one of the reasons why Chasdai ibn Shapur was so attached at first to Menachem ben Saruk was because when Chasdai's mother died, that night around midnight, 1 a.m., he made his way to Menachem ben Saruk's home to hire him to write an elegy for his mother, and he found Menachem ben Saruk hard at work at his desk, writing exactly that poem for Chasdai's mother. And he said to him, your kindness will not be forgotten until it was forgotten, as we shall see. So this could easily be one of those funereal poems that was commissioned, but it's quite likely, argues Hillel Halkin very convincingly, that this is probably something he wrote for his own daughter who passed away. So I'm just going to read the first stanza here. Listen to the rhyme at the end. Listen to the meter, which is fairly even. Ha, biti, hashachat, ishkanech, ki lish'ol nasu nose aronech. ואין חלקי ממך רק זיכרונך, ואחונן את עפרות ציונך. עת אסור לשאול לשלומך בעינך, כי המוות יפריד ביני ובינך. And it takes advantage of the way that Hebrew is inflected. At the end of every word, it's in the second person singular possessive. Eich, mishkanech, aronech, zichronech, tzionech. And it allows the inflected nature of Hebrew to really express its full beauty. But the meter is perfect. It's every stressed syllable and so on. The main innovation of Dunash ibn Labrat was to include, before I go to this, to include Arabic meter, which included also the unstressed or the half-stressed vowels. And that was a total innovation because in Hebrew, we have basically only one unstressed piece of grammar, nikudot, and that's the shva noah. It's the two vertically organized dots that appear under a letter, and that's like kind of a partial pronunciation, like the word shema, right? Shema. You don't say shema, you don't say shema, it's shema. It's a little bit of a gap in there. So he counted, Dunash, like in Arabic, counted every full stop and every half stop as part of the meter. And so all of a sudden, by adopting Arabic meter, it made Hebrew poetry so much more expressive and powerful, so much more challenging, but so much more musical. And everybody loved it. Everybody jumped on the bandwagon. The holdouts, like Menachem ben Saruk, railed against this foreign importation of Arabic style into pure Hebrew poetry, that they were doomed. It was like saying, let us, what can I give an example of it? And not offhand, nothing comes to me right now, but basically, in Jewish culture, it's very hard to hold back innovations from the outside world if they prove to be efficient and useful. Oh, here's a good example. So here, around my neck, I have this status symbol called a tie, which I hate bitterly. I dislike wearing these things so much. The first thing I do when I get into my car to drive home is to take off my tie because it's such an irritating thing. And Hasidim would not wear ties because that's like, for what are you wearing this stupid thing? I mean, this is what they would call a gartel. Well, a gartel, it makes sense. This is what they call a Lithuanian gartel, right? Separates the head from the heart to make sure that the head never gets affected by the heart. But it's like this is an innovation that the Hasidic world has resisted, but the Lithuanian world, it's impossible to hold it back, even though it is of limited utility. But since it's so widespread, maybe that's not the best example. But at any rate, what happened is Dunash ibn Labrat's theories just completely swept the poetic stage, and everyone went along with this new idea, transformed Hebrew poetry tremendously. We'll see much more about it next week. For Chasdai ibn Shaprut, he was also swept up in it, but he also believed many of the slanders that were directed at Menachem ibn Saruk, that he was a secret Karaite. And this is what really brought about his downfall. Karaism is an early, just a couple of centuries ago, before Chasdai ibn Shaprut, this is an innovation that arose out of Babylon, where a group of Jews followed a disaffected exilarch named Anan ben David to say that the Talmud was fabricated, essentially, and that the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, is the only authoritative communication from God. And I'm simplifying and distorting even this. But the Karaites and the Rabbinites, the traditionalist Jews, for several hundred years had a pitched ideological battle that was expressed very deeply in the Cairo Geniza documents. It was a battle that was heavily fought at the leadership level, maybe not so much at the local level, where Jews still regard each other as Jews. And the Cairo Geniza does point to significant numbers of intermarriages between Karaites and Rabbinites. But a lot of the story we get from the rabbinical figures is a tremendous amount of vituperation spent on the Karaites. So a rumor circulated that Menachem ben Saruk was secretly a Karaite, and in fact he did read heavily Karaite sources, because the Karaites happen to be very, very excellent grammarians. Because they believe that the Torah is the only true communication with God, they placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on understanding the finer points of the grammar of the Bible. And as a result, when they published some book or circulated a manuscript on biblical grammar, Menachem ben Saruk, as a traditionalist, he jumped all over it because he wanted to know what they had to say. So there was some, validity to Dunash's claim. But what happened is Chasdai ibn Shaprut, as an indication of his belief that he was a secret Karaite, he actually had his soldiers, his police, break into Menachem ben Saruk's home, take him out of the house on Shabbat itself, and exile him from Cordoba, and kick him out to northern Spain, where he begged Chasdai ibn Shaprut to accept him back into his employ, to let him have his manuscripts. The whole story, unfortunately, ended very badly. The end of the story is that Dunash ibn Labrat's innovations in poetry held the day, and Jewish poetry, as a result, expanded tremendously, as we shall see next week. So to evaluate his legacy, perhaps the most important passage is this passage from the medieval historian Abraham ibn Dawood, who said, in the days of Chasdai the Nasi, they began to chirp. Nasi means like prince. In the days of Shmuel HaNagid, they sang out loud. And this is definitely a truism. Chasdai ibn Shaprut laid the foundations of Sephardic culture. He was the one who established the scholarly, the material, the diplomatic, the political basis upon which Sephardic Jewry could grow. And later you would see it come to its full political and poetic efflorescence in the figure of Shmuel HaNagid, who will be our topic for next week. I apologize for keeping you a couple minutes late. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you all a Gemara v'chasina tova. Okay. Hi, everyone. It's great to have you here again for another week. We're going to take a short break next week for the holiday, but I have a fantastic topic for you all tonight that, there's some material here that it's too hard to even believe it, but nevertheless, we'll try and go through it. I think you'll find the life of Shmuel HaNagid absolutely fascinating. I mean, just to imagine, for example, this is a medieval individual who led a Muslim army for 16 years. That fact alone is just mind-blowing. But there's still so much more to his life. Let's quickly do the good and welfare, and then we're going to concentrate on the life of Shmuel HaNagid. So, first of all, thank you to our sponsors tonight. We have an anonymous donor in memory of Abraham N. Bressler on the occasion of his 39th yahrzeit. We also have donations from H. Mark Marcus in memory of H. Maldonado and Mrs. Rose Lowenson. So thank you very much for keeping this going and for supporting our students with the sponsorship. I'm also very grateful, as I mentioned to you last week, we've actually sponsored all the lectures for this semester, which is really gratifying. But the whole point of these lectures is to raise funds for our students. So it was great to see that a couple of people actually donated scholarships afterwards anonymously to the website. So I'm very grateful to our anonymous donors. You know who you are. Also, the important dates to remember. So first of all, next week, because of the holiday, we will be taking off. No lecture October 9th. Please don't show up because we won't have anything going. And on October 30th, we have the book launch. It's going to be in the same slot, in the same 7 p.m. Monday night time slot, but hopefully it'll be much more of what my grandmother, Hashem, used to call a hoo-ha. We will have some food and maybe some more music, and we'll have a lecture specifically dedicated to my forthcoming book. This is the penultimate proof. It's an absolutely fascinating topic, in my humble opinion. I spent a lot of time working on this. The final version is at the printers, but basically it's a history of the Piaseczna Rebbe's work in the Holocaust. This is also known as the Eish Kodesh, but it's a historical treatment. I'll tell you more about it, God willing, on the 30th. I don't want to take too much time away from today's absolutely fascinating topics. By the way, the image here, before he was killed, the Rebbe put his writings in these tin milk urns together with the Oneg Shabbat underground archive led by Emanuel Ringelblum, and they were discovered in 1950 by accident when a Polish construction worker was clearing the rubble. So it's absolutely fascinating material. Okay, so let's go to the story of Shmuel HaNagid. And much of the story of Shmuel HaNagid begins really in the 20th century. We knew quite a bit about this medieval court Jew. The term court Jew applies for actually most of medieval history. These are Jews who, for one reason or other, by dint of their unusual talent, charisma, economic power, they rise to positions of authority underneath medieval rulers. Sometimes they achieve great things for the Jewish community as a whole, and sometimes, unfortunately, they come to evil ends. So Shmuel HaNagid would have been one of those great court Jews in the period of Al-Andalus, except for the fact that Chaim Nachman Bialik, one of the great national poets of the Jewish people, discovered a cache of manuscripts, much like the Piaseczna Rebbe's manuscripts, that were in the hands of an international collector known as David Solomon Sassoon. Sassoon had a 16th century copy of an 11th century manuscript that had hitherto been unknown. That is, since the 16th century, and who knows what happened to it in the 400 years prior to that, no one had been reading the works of this individual, Shmuel HaNagid. And Chaim Nachman Bialik, when he purchased these manuscripts and he made them available to the world, it was absolutely fantastic. Actually, Sassoon also made them available to the world in an Oxford printing, but they were stunning because all of a sudden we saw so much more about who this individual was. Here's a copy of the Diwan, the collected poems of Shmuel HaNagid in their first modern printing in 1934, and we will read extensively from them tonight. But for the first time, we get a glimpse into the internal workings of the mind and personality and passion of this highly influential individual who we only knew about from third-hand accounts from the 12th century onward. So let's go straight to the material. And let's also, by the way, it's very relevant to note how relevant this is for the development of the state of Israel. Bialik, by emphasizing Shmuel HaNagid as a paradigm of potential Jewish achievement, was essentially mapping out the Israeli personality, the Israeli archetype, which in many ways, we can trace that to Shmuel HaNagid. The idolization of the Sephardic ideal is something we'll conclude with, God willing, in today's lecture. But there's no question that Shmuel HaNagid's life, 1,000 years later.
What's your day on? Good to see you again. We're just watching history lectures, enjoying life. Hope you're doing well.
Or came back to really infuse the young Zionist movement with great strength. We'll be relying quite a bit on the translations of
Pardon me? What are you doing right now?
of Peter Cole, shown here. He's a MacArthur-winning, Genius Award-winning scholar who is living in Jerusalem right now. I fell in love with his poetry, but after I got some pictures, I really enjoy his hair too. I think the hair is coming from, what can I say? Anyways, he looks great here. His wife is also quite a talented writer. I noticed they wrote this book together, A Sacred Trash, A Lost and Found World of the Cairo Geniza. We spoke about the Geniza last week. This is a fascinating read, a very entertaining read, the story of the discovery of the Geniza and so on. So he's come up a few times in our research today. So a lot of the translations that I'm going to be reading to you today come straight from Peter Cole's amazing work on Shmuel HaNagid. Okay, so what's the story? His rise to power is recorded in the Sefer HaKabbalah of Abraham Daoud, a medieval historian, but it occurs intrinsically within the changing political environment of the 10th century Spain. This is a period when we have the so-called Taifa period, when Al-Andalus is broken up into a number of kind of city-states. The Umayyad reign that we saw earlier under Abd al-Rahman III has now decayed to the point that it has broken up, primarily through the pressure of these Berbers. Berbers are a North African people who converted to Islam. They are known as ferocious warriors. They have a couple of interesting kind of characteristics. For example, they cover their faces during wartime, which is rather unusual, but one would think it would cast sort of a terrifying mien onto the victims of their assaults. So the Berbers that had assisted with the original invasion of Spain in the 8th century, they now come and they take over from the Umayyads and they establish this new rule. The new rule is chaotic, it's very warlike, and the Berbers have a distinct disadvantage vis-a-vis their Arab counterparts. Remember, the term Arab is an ethnic designation as well as, well, not really as well as, an ethnic designation. Arabs basically mean people coming from the Middle East. They are associated with Islam overwhelmingly. It's not, you could speak of Jewish Arabs, but that would be kind of stretching the point. It's an ethnic group, the Arabs. The Berbers are also an ethnic group coming from North Africa. Both Berbers and Arabs are overwhelmingly Muslim, but the Berbers are like new converts to Islam, and they lacked one of the essential features that are really important to the Muslim culture, and that is literacy. The Arabs are very, very proud of their Quran, of course, of the poetry of the Quran, of the method of recording ideas in text. Very, very important to the Muslims. And in fact, quite a bit of our discussion today is going to revolve around poetry once again, which is something that the Muslims value very, very highly. The Berbers lacked all these features. They did not have the same strengths in literacy. Before I go on, I just want to mention out here. So what happens? Shmuel ben Yosef was born in Cordoba, which is, again, this very important city that we've seen a few times now in this lecture series. Even Shaprut comes from Cordoba and so on. But in 1013, when he was 20 years old, he flees from Cordoba in the wake of some terrible massacres that occur in the context of the Berber invasion. So he makes his way down to Malaga here in the south. Later, he will be associated primarily with Granada and the Alhambra, which we've seen so many photographs of. So the Berbers here we are moving forward again. Literacy is incredibly important in general, of course, for all societies, but the Muslims especially prize it. The Berbers lacked it, and as a result, they are very reliant on intercessors, people who could communicate, who could be culture brokers for them. The story, as reported by Ibn Dawood, is that this is exactly what happened to Shmuel ben Yosef Halevi, Shmuel HaNagid, as he would be known later. He was working in Malaga essentially with a small spice store. He was well regarded, apparently had a fairly reasonable amount of business. He had been well educated in Cordoba by his father. He studied under Hanoch ben Moshe, who was one of the great, the dynasty of rabbis that have been brought by Ibn Shaprut in our last lecture. So he knew Talmud well. He knew Hebrew literature very well. He also studied Greek and Latin, Romance, and of course Arabic. And he was a master of all of these languages. And so as the story goes, which is not terribly far-fetched, although it has some legendary elements to it, the story goes that one of the important figures in the local ruler's court would frequent the town of Malaga, where he had a property very close by to Shmuel's spice store. And he would often have letters written from that location. Furthermore, sometimes he would have his servants write letters from that location. According to one version, a woman from his harem would be writing letters to him from Malaga. And since these people were not so especially literate, they knew that this Jewish guy, the spice dealer, knew Arabic well, and so he'd write these beautiful letters in very ornate style and with beautiful calligraphy and so on. So after receiving a series of these letters, the local figure in the court called upon Shmuel and said, "Hey, listen, you are too good for a spice shop. Why don't you come live with me in the court in Granada, and you'll be assisting me there." And in fact, why this is considered by many historians to be a legend is that it seems to bear a striking resemblance to an almost identical story told about a particular Arab caliph who raised himself to a high level in the government. So it could be that the story was repeated several times, but the core of it is certainly true, that Shmuel was a very intelligent individual, a very literate individual, and he rose up by dint of his own effort and by dint of his literary skills to find a place in the court. There, with the death of the local ruler, this is a sort of a comic book cover that illustrates a lot of the ideas and some iconic elements here that are useful. By dint of his talents, he was eventually promoted first to tax collector, which is a significant position. It's not quite finance minister, but essentially means that he would be responsible for taxing an entire region. And this was, by the way, a form of taxation called tax farming that pertained for most of the medieval period. Tax farming means the king would associate a certain amount that was expected from a particular region or population. The tax farmer, often a Jew, would go out and find whatever ways they wanted to collect those taxes, and whatever additional amount they collected, they were allowed to keep. So the Jew just had to figure out what's the right balance between over-taxation, which could produce a revolution or a violent revolt. These happen from time to time. And under-taxation, which would not deliver to the king the amount that was requested. Shmuel was very successful at this particular endeavor, and eventually he was appointed, amazingly, to vizier, meaning essentially the prime minister of Granada, the most powerful of the Andalusian states under the Berbers, and he was appointed to lead the army, which is astounding, something with which he pursued right up until the end of his life. A rather unusual figure overall in terms of his meteoric rise to power. But let us look at his achievements. Let's try and understand what is it that makes Shmuel HaNagid so distinct and so exceptional vis-a-vis these other court Jews. So first of all, he called himself in one of his poems, he said, "I am the David of my age," which was actually a very apt descriptor of what he had done. David also, King David, was a warrior, a poet. He was deeply passionate. He was a scholar, a tremendous range of activities. So just looking at Shmuel HaNagid's activity, he was undoubtedly a phenomenal scholar. He wrote a few books. This one here, which is called Hilchot HaNagid, the laws of the Nagid. Oh, by the way, the term Nagid means like prince. Means like it derives from the term neged, which means opponent or opposer, in the sense that he opposes the entire people and forces them to do his will. It's used, though, in a positive sense, more like the Torah refers to a spouse as ezer kenegdo, neged, right? A helper against him, meaning a helper, as Rashi says, a wife helps her husband when he's doing the right thing, and his neged is against him when he's doing the wrong thing. So that's the sense of Nagid comes there. Also, and I have to give thanks to my colleague, Rabbi Justin Gershon, who found this for me today. In the first tractate of the Talmud, in Brachot, there is an entirely very important commentary here, which I should have photographed for you, but it's right there at the back of Tractate Brachot, this section called Mavo HaTalmud, the introduction to the Talmud, and it says the Rabbi Shmuel HaNagid, written by Shmuel HaNagid. And it has basically 4 or 5 pages, very significant, which essentially gives the rules of how the Talmud operates, the hermeneutic rules, how to figure out where the halacha, where the Jewish law is going to be derived, if you have a lack of consensus of opinion, and what if these 2 rabbis are arguing versus these other 2 rabbis, and so on. Definitely a great scholar of international renown. And again, this is one of those special things about Sephardic Jewry, that over and over again, you have these figures who are able to achieve great heights in religious knowledge and prominence, and at the same time, they're politically and even militarily active simultaneously. You don't have, like, the Joint Chiefs of Staff here in America also sitting in Lakewood and learning. It just doesn't happen, let alone achieving the heights, millennial heights of Shmuel HaNagid. Secondly, he was truly a leader of international Jewry. And we have to see that in Shmuel HaNagid, we have like the maturation of a process that really began under Chastayim Shabrut, where Spain on the periphery becomes a new center, that Spain achieves its independence as a Jewish land, and instead of being completely dependent on the Babylonian academies, all of a sudden Spain now becomes the donor nation that is